report sessions. Our sitting today will be dealing with the annual report of the Department of Local Government for the 2024-2025 financial year. My name's Dave Bryant. I'm the chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. With me today are the members of the Standing Committee and also all of the officials from the Department of Local Government, as well as a number of other guests who are also joining us today. You may notice it's a bit warm in the chamber. We've intentionally turned up the heat to make the officials a bit more uncomfortable. No, I'm joking. The aircon is on, so it should start to get a little bit cooler now. But before we begin, if I can just ask, we have a brief moment of silence and reflection. Thank you very much. Mr. Kutsia has informed me that we are quorate for today's meeting, and we haven't had any requests formally from any members to join online. What I am going to do, colleagues, if you'll indulge me, a new technique that might avoid us having to prolong the session. I'm going to just do a roll call, and if members can just say present, it will hopefully go a little bit faster. So as mentioned, I'm Dave Bryant, I'm the chairperson. We then have member Masipa. You can just say present.
Present, thank you.
Member Dirk Wessels.
I am present, thanks, Chair.
Member Leon van Beek.
Morning, I'm present, thank you.
Member Beauty Stoffel. I understand she is traveling and should be joining us soon.
Present. Present.
Oh.
Sorry, Chair, I'm present.
Okay, thanks, Member Stoffel. If you would be able to just note that when you arrive in the chamber, thanks very much. Member Constable.
Morning, Chair, colleagues, present.
Thank you. And Member Marais.
Good morning, I'm present.
Fantastic. We also then have a long list of officials present from the Department of Local Government, and I'm not going to ask everybody to go through individually and introduce themselves. When we get to the question times, if you are speaking, please then state your name and your designation. And we will then hand over to Minister Bradell and the HOD. But before that, I just want to check, do we have any members of the public present? No? All right. Minister Bradell, I'm going to hand over to you and HOD Paulser just to take us through some opening remarks, after which we will then get into the committee's consideration and questions around those three parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Committee members, and thank you to the team that has joined me this morning. Yeah, Honourable Chair, the year under review was marked by a series of weather events or weather-related events, some human-made disasters like the George building collapse, through which we learned a lot of lessons. But the George building collapse, the efforts and the preparedness that we put in before that, it helped us to successfully rescue 29 individuals. Never to say that it's always been very difficult when you're on site. We've also lost 34 people. And then we prepared for severe weather events, and we had several weather events during the past year. The Western Cape is prone for weather events, especially on water and fires. And the money we put into strengthening disaster management and the disaster management systems continues to prove worthwhile. And these challenges were met through collective decision-making, coordination planning, and a unified action across the government, private sector, academia, civil society, and community. So we're very grateful for this team that work with us and to protect the residents of this province. We've learned valuable lessons, and obviously on that kind of valuable lessons we will build and trying to see how we can prevent some of these crises that we face, because we all know and understand that climate change is real and it's here to stay. Then also add to that population growth, Honourable Chairperson, that put pressure on disaster management, but also on all of our municipalities. And throughout the system, our municipalities is still ranked some of the best run municipalities in the country. On financial sustainability, the Africa Ratings report just came out, and again, our Western Cape municipalities stand out municipalities, so we're very thankful and grateful for that. The audit outcomes of our municipalities also serves as an important indicator of performance, and as I state at the local government in Durban, that doesn't mean there's no poverty and inequality and unemployment. Audit outcomes, the clean audit outcomes showcase us that we spent the taxpayers' money, the money that the taxpayers entrusted us with, within the legal framework. The Western Cape also plays a pivotal role in supporting the implementation of the municipal infrastructure grant and the IUDG grants. And through that system, we managed to support the municipalities. They managed to spend approximately 95% of their funding. And I think that's also a good achievement. Equally important is the health of our people in this province, so the quality of our drinking water. It's crucial, and if you look at the green drop, the blue drop reports, and the no drop reports, then you will see that our municipalities are also leading that sector of it. And to state that when 70 to 80% of your municipalities are the leading municipalities, obviously we as a department can then focus on the rest to get them on board as well. Then also our Tucson program is also a very successful program, a flagship program for this province. The directorate is doing exceptional work, reaching 1.2 million people. It's 1.2 million people that can talk to government, and we're very thankful for that. Also throughout our ward committee systems, we interact and work with communities to end off. Honourable Person, I don't say we've got a perfect system, but we definitely run a good system. So with that, I'm going to hand over to the HOD for his opening remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister, and good morning, honourable members. Just perhaps by introduction, the department has achieved 97% of its APP deliverables for the period under review. There were in total 60 indicators, of which the department achieved 58 indicators, which implies 97%. There were 2 indicators that we partially achieved, and that's 3%. The first relates to the code of conduct. Cases assessed to ensure legislative compliance, and those are code of conduct cases in relation to councillors. So there's just in certain categories that it comes to the minister. It does not imply there were only 3. So in the cases of a removal of a councillor or otherwise fines and so on, it will come to the minister. And then the next one is a number of work opportunities reported through the Community Works Program. That program provides a safety net for 2 days per week, 8 days per month. But obviously what is observed is that when there's seasonal work on farms, participants exit that program and rather go work on the farms because it gives longer work opportunities for them. Chairperson, and then perhaps the department has achieved its 12th consecutive audit. It is under extreme difficult circumstances. I mean, we were last week with the Auditor General on their roadshow, and I mean, we said nowadays it becomes close to a miracle to achieve a clean audit. And I must, under the guidance and the support of the Minister, acknowledge particularly the work of the CFO and the entire financial management team. I think they work hard to ensure that we comply with the laws and regulations, but also when they facilitate the audit, as well as Albert. He's a Director of Policy and Strategy, and his team on the APP deliverables, but also the entire management team and each and every staff member within the organization. I think it's a team effort. But it's the unwavering commitment under challenging circumstances that we are able to achieve that. And our sincere gratitude to each and everybody in the department. There's significant work that we're doing with stakeholders like the Hans Seidel Institute with the University of Stellenbosch, where we train counselors and create a greater awareness of what their roles and responsibilities are, and also officials. I mean, there's the mentoring and coaching initiative that we do undertake, and we acknowledge the partnerships that we have with Hans Seidel as well as with the academic institutions. And all is this is to capacitate and build the capability of councillors and officials within municipalities. The minister has alluded to the performance of municipalities. I mean, it's clean audits. If you look at the blue drop status, the municipalities in the Western Cape are performing well in relation to water. There's a sustainability index. And it's found in a study that was undertaken by the University of Stellenbosch that many of the municipalities in the province are resilient for many circumstances, particularly the social, economic circumstances. I mean, there's a clean audit initiatives that we consistently achieve. And I think it's work that not only each and every official contributes in this department, but it's a work that we do in collaboration with the Provincial Treasury and other departments and other stakeholders. And coincidentally, Chairperson, on Friday evening, I've did the official welcoming of the G20 disaster risk reduction, the group that are here of all the member states and the invited countries. And I had to do the official welcoming on behalf of the entire province, but also recognition of all the dignitaries, all the ministers and high-profile officials that were here. I had a discussion with the Honourable Minister Shlabisa. He approached me and he told me, actually, Paul, sir, it can't be that one part of the country does well and other parts are not doing well. I would like to have a discussion with both you and the Minister Pradel to see how do we take some of the learnings in the province and take it elsewhere in the entire country to see how do we learn from it. And I mean, I've given my commitment on behalf of the minister, but also on behalf of the entire department, but also that of the province. So it's not the first time that Honourable Minister Slabisha has requested that. And then at the same event, I had a discussion with Mbu Changana. He's a national DG. And he asked me to collate all our best practices in relation to integrated planning and budgeting. And that's the IDP in Davos, it's assignment at times, and the MTech engagements. And they would like us to present that at the technical MINMEC and the MINMEC so that other provinces can actually learn. And then I had a conversation with Kevin Naidu. He's a DDG of that department. And he said they would like to facilitate a twinning arrangement with municipalities in the Western Cape, with other municipalities in other provinces. So, Chairperson, just to say, if there's recognition like that and acknowledgement like that for the work that the Western Cape government is doing, I think it's you remain humble. And it's acknowledgement to each and every official, particularly in the Department of Local Government, for the consistent hard work that they're doing. And I think the work is recognized and acknowledged. And it's really nice if that is acknowledged and so on. So just on the CDF, Honourable Chairperson and members that Marius can explain later, but I mean, we have tried to facilitate funding for major projects. There are 17 projects to the value of 3 billion. And we're working with international donors to help us to take these projects from feasibility to bankability. And we've secured about 73 million from the Switzerland, and also 33 million from Denmark to help us, given the infrastructure challenges within municipalities. We have done what we call a water resilience strategy for the province. It is now going to cabinet. It will be launched, God willing, towards the end of the month. But Chairperson, I think water is just so important. I think electricity we all see what the challenges are of electricity, because when there's load shedding, the lights are not working. But in this particular province, unless there's maintenance and service, when you open the tap, there's water all the time. And I think sometimes we reckon that water is not so important because there's consistently water and a good quality of water and so on. But I mean, we are doing work in the province together with other stakeholders to firstly to work towards water security, but also water resilience. And I think it's the work will be finalized in due course. I mean, the department has also done extensive work around ICT and how we support municipalities with ICT and systems to see how do we get efficiencies and effectiveness in the provision of services at municipalities, looking at their own sort of service delivery challenges, but also the risk of cyber attacks and so on. We know that a couple of municipalities have been victim to this, and how do we work with those municipalities in support? And then just finally, Chairperson, it is given the pressure on municipalities in terms of resources, both from a human perspective, human resource perspective, as well as finances, and as well as the capability. We have launched what we call the shared services, but also municipal incorporation, because we find that particularly in the smaller municipalities where there's limited capacity and so on, they struggle to attract the appropriate levels of skills and capacity and capability. And obviously municipalities are graded in terms of the salaries and so on. And it's a work that under the guidance of the minister, we've taken up with the national department. We have a team working with the national department and government to see how do we bring the salaries of municipal managers and managers to market related levels. But so you don't get necessarily the capacity in smaller rural municipalities. And our initiative is to do some shared services initiatives. And under the guidance, we are developing what we call a shared services agreement, intermunicipal cooperation, where we work together. So in the province, there's already twinning arrangements. For instance, where Tewater School is now in the process of twinning with Swartland. But we also have agreements. So the minister has concluded agreement of cooperation with the MEC Minister of Kokta on matters related to municipalities. We have coastal agreements with the other provinces. So we're continuously looking to see how we can become more effective and reduce the burden on municipalities and working together. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD, for those opening remarks. I think it is worthwhile noting the exceptional results of the department, not only through the annual report, but also most recently the announcement of the results of the Western Cape municipalities. Outstanding results. Almost across the board. And I really would like to concur with you, HOD, in terms of congratulating all of the officials in every single aspect of the department, both from local government and disaster risk management, in terms of the incredible work that's been undertaken in very, very difficult circumstances to achieve these results. So really, really big congratulations from my side. Colleagues, what we normally do now is allow for questions on the opening remarks. I do think it's important, though, to note that Part A includes the report of the HOD and the Minister, as well as general remarks. So what I'd like to suggest is that we move into Part A. And if there are questions of clarity for the Minister and the HOD, we can ask those in Part A, because it's effectively the same section. So you're more than welcome to ask those questions of clarity on the opening remarks within Part A, because it deals with those two reports as well. So if we can then proceed to the consideration of Part A, which is page 5 to page 22 of your physical annual report that all of you should have received. You also will have received that virtually. If you would like to just pull that up, I'll give you an opportunity, members, to do so. And then we can take questions on that general section, as well as the opening remarks from the Minister and the HOD. Do we have any hands? We have Member Masipa first. All right, Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and good morning to also colleagues, officials that I did not greet earlier. Chair, I want to really concur with you to say congratulations on achieving the 12 consecutive, clean audit. Is quite a remarkable achievement. You spent over 96% of your total, appropriation, which is a remarkable achievement, and you also attained 97% of planned target. All aligned, and I must say, really, congratulations on that. I just want to really ask a question on page 15 regarding the environments and rollover. You indicate that the department applied internal environments from savings to cover overspending mainly on the following environments were undertaken and so on. But I mean, it just says the following. I don't know if I'm reading those lines correctly. Maybe if you can share with regards to those particular environments that you made the applied for rollover. That's really that part from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Constable.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone, MEC, HOD, and the colleagues. There's some questions from my side on part A. The MEC mentioned about the financial sustainability and also the index report with regards to municipalities. Mossel Bay is scoring 74, but Matsekama achieved only 17. So the question is, with regards to that, what is the department then doing to rescue municipalities such as Matsekama, which are at the risk of becoming insolvent? Is there a plan? What is that plan? And for how long is that plan? Is it a 5-year, 10-year, 15-year plan? If you maybe can elaborate on that one. Then with regards to your sustainable infrastructure development and financial facility program, those projects needs to be bankable. And you mentioned, or in the report, you mentioned about the Drakensteins and all the non-metro big areas, big municipalities. So the question is, what steps is the department taking to
Chair,
ensure?
on a point of order. Can I go? Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we are already deep into the whole sections that's still going to be presented. I thought that you said we must just cover part A of the presentation, because I'm listening to Honorable Constable, but I think he's already, far ahead of the presentation that still need to be presented by the department.
Thanks, Member. So I'm going to allow Member Constable to continue. He hasn't cited specific sections yet. He's talking in general, but I think, Member Constable, when we do get to the later sections, we can maybe dig into these a bit more with specific page references. But for now, you are entitled to carry on. But just as I say, maybe when we get to those sections, we can deal more specifically.
I can wait.
Thanks.
I can wait, and then at a later stage, maybe give that or ask that specific questions.
Yes.
Let me rather stop and then.
Yeah, that's perfect. And I just want to remind members as well, if possible, when we do ask questions about specific items, obviously the first section is a lot more general.
Yeah.
But when we get to part B and part D, it's going to be a lot more specific. So please take note in the interim of the page numbers, because it then does assist the officials as well with that. I'm going to take 2 questions at a time just to make it a bit easier for, so we don't have these long diatribes. And then I've noted you, Member Maria, I'll come back to you for the next round on this. Minister Bedell and HOD, and then you can also refer any of those questions to other officials. Thanks.
On the environments, Honorable Chairperson, I will just ask the CFO perhaps just to respond and then just Sandra on the Matsikama question. Thanks.
Good morning, Bhavna Sulal Singh in Finance. So related to the environments, it's the internal shifts between the programs where there's underspend and overspend. We'll get into a lot of the detail in the afternoon session, but the rollovers was about 8 million rand, if I have to remember correctly, and it was predominantly related to the video wall that's currently being installed at the Disaster Management Center. So the order was placed by the end of March, but the installation needed to happen still. So we asked for that money to be given back to us in order for us to offset the invoices.
Thanks very much. I don't know why, but your microphone's quite soft. Maybe next time just put it a bit closer. It could just be the microphone. Sometimes they, yeah. All right. Any other issues you'd like to respond to on that HOD?
Just the Matsikama issue, Chair. Honourable Member, in terms of Matsikama, we've been providing them support for years now. So we've already also gone through a diagnostic assessment with them. Based on the diagnostic assessment, we developed a municipal support plan, which has been in place for some time. We review it annually just to make sure that we stay in touch with what the day-to-day kind of requirements are. Then also in terms of the training, I think HOD has already alluded to some of the governance issues that we address. They're part of the seasonal school, they're part of the mentoring and coaching. We've had a change management program. We've had a municipal finance management program. We normally invite them to it. We must also say that the capacity at Matsikama is difficult. I think that's one of the challenges that they're dealing with. So in terms of that, we've even deployed some of our own staff from the infrastructure unit to them to try and assist with that. Marius can actually allude to the amount of funding that we've given to Matsikama over the years. I also just wanted to say in terms of draft standard rules of order and bylaws and the appointment of senior managers, we've also been given support to Matsikama with regard to that. But we can make the municipal support plan available to yourself if needs be. Marius?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the support that we've given Matsikama in 24-25 under the Water Resilience Grant, we gave them the order of 3.8 million, and that is from assisting with Vredendal network survey and certification in order for us to find out exactly how we can solve the problem between the line between Vredendal and Parijnsdorp. Sewer pump stations, then the Vredendal raw water pump station that has given significant problems to obstruct sufficient water from the channel, the Luva channel. And then we've given an additional 2.3 million now in this 25-26 financial year, also on water resilience. And then obviously on the municipal infrastructure grant, sufficient training is provided there, especially on the system on which they're reporting to national government, and then support in terms of the planning of which are the priority projects that must go on the MIC program. Thank you.
On it, Minister Burdell.
Yeah, I think Member Constable's question is very specific on the financial sustainability and referred to the Africa Ratings report. Now, Africa Ratings is independent. It's a good indicator. I think if I, Mayor, that's one of the accolades that you want to get. It's that they rank you very high because they've got 6 different criteria. But obviously getting this report, we're a bit behind because they will have the reward ceremony and then we get the report as well. We get it after the municipalities. Obviously this is for the previous financial year, so we've got the report. But even in the current one, you will see like Prince Albert, it's 8. So we talk normally on the first 1, 2, 3, but and then obviously you must go to the bottom bracket and say, okay, how between us and Treasury, okay, it's not us only, it's us and Treasury, put systems in place to help them to get their financial sustainability back on track. Is it through a financial recovery plan? I think it's more than that. And Treasury is on board, so we will work through these kind of independent reviews and then support our municipalities, because financial management is core to getting to service delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Actually,
Honorable Chairperson, just perhaps an addition. So Matsikama is one of the municipal beneficiaries of the ESCOM right of debt. They're one of 4 municipalities in the province, and we are working with the Treasury very closely with them, firstly to ensure that they comply with the conditions of that write-off, but also to look at their overall financial performance and sustainability. Thanks.
thank you, HOD. Member Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to, first of all, thank the department and for the achievement of the 97% of your target that you've reached. Just wanted to know, in terms of, you've mentioned the Hans Seidel Foundation that also helps with capacitation of councillors and so on. Just wanted to know, in terms of training, and I'm all for training and empowering of staff and councillors in particular municipalities. To which degree is it potential duplication of training provided by Salga and now again by Hans Seidel? Is this an admission that Salga's training is insufficient, that they are not sufficiently equipped to provide what they're supposed to provide, that we have to invest some additional funds into training from a provincial side in terms of the Hans Seidel Foundation? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Member Murray. I'm going to pop one in quickly, and then Member Constable will come back to you in the next round. If I can just ask, in terms of the statements around twinning with other provinces, can you just expand a little bit more on how that's envisaged to take place? Will it be a case of other provinces approaching the Western Cape, or would it be a proactive step from our side, or is it going to be coordinated by Minister Hlabisa? Just interested to find a little bit more as to how that process is envisaged to take place. Member Constable, I'll come back to you in the next round, and Member Masipa and Member Van Wyk.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the questions. I'm going to ask Sander perhaps just to respond to the Hans Seidel. And then I want to add 1 or 2 things to it. Sander?
So, Honourable Marie, I think we must always acknowledge the fact that municipalities also have a role to play in terms of councillor training. So it normally starts at the municipal level. Salga, obviously, as you know, after the elections, they'll start with the induction, and they'll go to specific induction, specialised induction programs. But I think when you are a new councillor in a municipality, it's quite a new environment, and there's a lot of learning that must happen. So I can never say that training is duplicated by anyone. We do work very closely with Salga when it comes to the Hans Seidel Foundation training as well. And we've identified very specific areas when it comes to ethical leadership. And most of the seasonal school is focusing specifically on ethical leadership. So it's something that has to be internalized, because ethics, to appoint an ethical leader is a difficult issue. And I think one must always be reminded of what ethics means as a leader. So I wouldn't say that it's duplicated, no.
Chairperson, the training that we provide, we normally do it in consultation with academia, with Salga, with Hans Seidel, and I mean, because they provide some of the funding, we need to keep them informed about the consultation, and they would normally approve of the approach of training and how the training should be done. And so, yeah, as Sandra said, we're working closely with Salga as well. The important thing that we had previously, a pilot where we subjected councillors to the minimum competency training. And that is training that all senior officials in municipalities must undergo to be appointed. And I mean, we're going into another round of local government elections, and I would like to see during the first year of the new term and so on that we subject another round of councillors into the minimum competency, because it exposes councillors to all aspects of the municipality, all aspects. And I think it just capacitates them. It creates capability to ensure that they make sound decisions in council to the benefit of citizens. In terms of the twinning, so there's a couple of twinning arrangements, and perhaps Colin can also allude to it. So the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government was recently in the Western Cape and so on. And Minister Bredal took the initiative to conclude a agreement with the the provincial minister of Kokta and the KZN. And that is how the two provinces collaborate in need of, say, in need of emergency, that we can send our teams there, and how we take the best learnings of them in terms of the Traditional Leaders Act, perhaps. I'm making examples because we need to do the Khoisan, and how do we cooperate in terms of best practices and implement that. But the cooperation is actually that we will work together and cooperate, whether it's at KZN, whether it's here. We will have regular engagements and not necessarily duplicate the work, but take what are the best learnings. And then Colin can talk about the agreements that we have with the coastal provinces in relation to disaster management, where we also twin with other provinces. Colin.
Good morning, HOD. Good morning, Chair. Thank you. So we started with the Coastal Provinces Agreement a while back, probably just before COVID. And the idea was that there's a number of similarities that we have with other provinces in terms of disaster risk, which the obviously inland provinces do not have. Part of that agreement was that we would assist each other in the event of a disaster or a potential disaster risk. So in 2022, we did assist KwaZulu-Natal, but that was actually more an agreement between the province. So the HOD of Kokta KwaZulu-Natal called Mr. Paulson and requested, that was during the flood incident that they had. There were very large areas that had not been searched yet, and people were still missing. So we sent a rescue team as well as engineers from the department to assist with the infrastructure damage and planning the recovery phase of the incident. Earlier this year, we did also offer assistance to the Eastern Cape when they had their flood. Unfortunately, that was not accepted, and we're not aware of the reasons. But we have this system in place where we can assist each other. We've once or twice assisted with wildfires into the Northern Cape and the Eastern Cape as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses. Member Constable, if you allow me, I'm just going to let Member Van Wyk ask his question first, because he hasn't had an opportunity yet. And then we'll come back for the second rounds from yourself and Member Masipa. Member Van Wyk.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at organizational structure, page 21 of the hard copy. I noticed that there are 6 vacancies there on the structure, and so perhaps just some observations, some comments on that would be appreciated. I certainly share the view on the perhaps minimum competency into allowing councillors to do that. I know in my career in local government, certain municipalities, you weren't given that type of opportunity. And I think it is very clear that we need greater levels of competency among councillors. There's some comment, I think, on page 142, also relating to that, and we certainly need to upgrade that level of competency of councillors and their ability to do that work. I'm also just adding a point on shared services. I know it's covered later on. The IT systems within municipalities are starting to creak quite severely, especially the financial accounting systems in many of the municipalities, and certainly the locals, municipalities do not have the capacity to spend on the big systems that the City of Cape Town would have to do. And I was wondering to what extent there's some exploration on how one could create a shared service. In other words, that maybe one of the bigger municipalities installs a major system, and where others could then, as branches, as it would be in the corporate world, could then have their systems hanging off that, so that we can start moving into a more up-to-date system in terms of that level of accounting, because some of that accounting is certainly, or the systems are very, very old. Thank you.
Thank you, Member van Wyk, and welcome, Member Stoffel. 8:40, Member Stoffel is present in the chamber. All right. Member Constable.
Chair, before I continue with the question, just a question of clarity. Are we dealing with Part A, or are we only dealing with the inputs of the MEC and the HOD? Because my questions were related specifically to what is in the report on page 10 and page 12 with regards to the HOD.
Yeah, for clarity, as mentioned earlier, we're dealing with the opening remarks in conjunction with Part A, because there is a forward by both the HOD and Minister Bedell that covers some of the aspects that they spoke to. So you can ask questions on the opening remarks and Part A at the same time, and we'll take Part A then and put it to members, just so that we don't end up replicating the same questions twice.
Thank you.
So feel free.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. I was covered by Member van Wyk with regards to the shared service. Maybe the HOD and the MEC can just give us an update on how it is working currently in municipalities. Is it still an ongoing thing? Is it work? Does it work for municipalities to have that shared service? I know on a district level with regards to the districts and B municipalities, there's that kind of relationship. So if they can maybe elaborate on that one. Then HOD, you mentioned the problem with municipalities to attract skills and capacity, specifically to, I know there's a rural grant or rural percentage of 7%, but that don't even attract people with capacity and the skills to municipalities. So how do we deal with this? Is there a specific plan that we can do that? Because really rural municipalities struggle to, if they attract a person, even to retain that person, that's also a problem, because people move quickly where there's opportunity. So that for me is important. Can I go back to the question with regards to and I'm reading on page 12, Chair, with regards to the sustainable infrastructure grant development or infrastructure development and financial facility program, and you mentioned 17 programs in that specific section. Can I ask that question now, because I don't want to forget it. So that project needs to be bankable, and I need to understand HOD the risk inherent with regards to that specific funding facility. Do we have our finger on the pulse with regards to looking specifically at that projects, the high risk of that specific project? What is the negative impact on long-term financial viability with regards to those projects? Is there a plan to roll it out to smaller municipalities also? Or are we sticking with only the big non-metro municipalities? Or is there a plan for sustainability? Because all municipalities are struggling with regards to infrastructure. Coming from Beaufort West, our sewer system specifically is a major problem. When you look at that line MEC just next to a school, St. Matthew's School, that is a big problem. And that needs to have a grant funding, because the municipality's revenue will not cover that. So is there a plan for you to roll that out also to other municipalities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Constable. We'll take those two questions. HOD, Minister.
Just maybe on the vacancy stage, you can talk on Honourable Member Constable. Shared services is something that it's we touch on it. We failed one or twice. I still believe shared services, especially in the Karoo where you're coming from, we can do much more. I also think it speaks to your next point of keeping skills in the Karoo or in smaller municipalities, because you can have one engineer working in 3 municipalities, and there you can then get a better capacitated person, and you can get maybe you can also keep the skills there. But we must also be honest with coalition politics. These things is becoming blurred and it's becoming difficult. I still believe now with the new white paper on local government, we've landed this also within that space, and that the national minister also understands that a lot of our problems we can address and get the right salary scales to people, but you can save money through sharing the services between some of the smaller municipalities, etc. So it's work in progress. We will keep on. We're going to make mistakes, but that's fine as long as we learn from those mistakes. And you're quite right. Some of these municipalities, the smaller municipalities, they struggle with infrastructure. But I will let Marius Brandt speak to the CDF program. It's definitely, this is the first batch, and then there will be a following layer. But we need first to get this model to work, because I can tell you they work day and night to get it from, as nice saying from politicians, from bankability to feasibility, or from feasibility to bankability. But will the private sector invest? And how are we going to pull that in? It's not a simple system, but Marius can expand on that. You want to tackle the vacancies?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, for the question. So just on the organisational structure, we were fortunate to make additional 2 appointments, not necessarily under the period under review, but actually I think it's from the 1st of July. So Nabil has been appointed, Nabil Rylands. He has been appointed as the Director Disaster Risk Reduction. And then Sonia has been appointed as a Director Operations. If Sonia can maybe just indicate. So there's 2 additional posts that have been filled. We have gone through the recruitment and selection process for the Director Integrated. Okay, and sorry, yeah, I wanted to say for the Integrated Development Planning, it's the IDP, and that's Rian. He has also been appointed. So we've gone also through the recruitment and selection process for the service delivery integration. And hopefully, Chairperson, that will be tabled in Cabinet on the 29th of October. And if that candidate accepts, then that post will be filled. We're also in the process of finalizing submission for the Director JDMA. And if also to go to Cabinet on the 29th of October. And then that post will be filled. We've gone, Chairperson, we had the interviews for the Director of Municipal Support and Capacity Building. And the outcome of that is for headhunting. That process is underway. And then we're having the interviews for the district, that was for the district and local performance monitoring, and we're having the interviews for the municipal support and capacity building on the 16th of October, this coming week, where we're going to interview for that process. And we're also using this opportunity to look at the balance within both women and men on the senior management level. We can create that opportunity to further strengthen the balance, Chairperson. So all of those are currently in the recruitment and selection process. There were times that we had to re-advertise or otherwise go to headhunting, particularly in relation to the JDMA and the IDP. And sometimes we don't succeed on the first round of the recruitment and selection, but we persist. And fortunate, Chairperson, we were able to fill most of those senior management positions. On the ICT, Chairperson, I want to perhaps just ask CA if he wishes to respond, Sandra, or maybe on the said services. And then how to deal with the smaller municipalities. And then the sustainability of CDF, perhaps if Marius would wish to respond. So Honourable Chairperson, just about how do we attract and retain capacity in small and rural municipalities. I admit it's extremely difficult. There is a rural allowance of 7%, but it doesn't really make a difference. I mean, particularly on the critical skills like finance, like infrastructure, planning, people go to rural municipalities and after a while they go to maybe medium municipalities and then to bigger cities. My personal view on this, Honourable Chairperson, is the work that this department has done, led by a team comprised of Kamal, is a work on getting the salaries market related of senior managers and municipal managers. I mean, we have struggled for so long. And we started out in 2022 with the National Department. We had made various presentations at the MINMEC and the Technical MINMEC where we said that this is the issue. And by law, the National Department the Minister must publish the salaries for a year coming by the 31st of March. Now, it doesn't happen. But also the salaries are not market related. We've done 2 studies in this province. We've given to the National Department to help and assist and support them. And we said, they look at it. They've subsequently done their own assessment of what market related salaries should be for senior managers and MMs. And given the work group that has been developed, they've done extensive work to make the salaries now part of the task in municipalities. So there's separation between staff and senior managers, but we now worked with them to say, Mark, make also the senior managers part of the task. They've bought into it. They need to finalize it. But we are under the tremendous pressure because the salaries of senior managers and municipal managers were last updated 1st of July 2023. So they haven't had salary increases for 24, 1st of July 24 and 1st of July 25. And for that reason, Honourable Chairperson, senior managers and municipal staff don't want to stay around because it actually impacts on their benefits, their pension, their medical aid and so on. So under the guidance of the Minister has now lodged a formal dispute with the National Minister Department to see how we can resolve this. We had our first meeting in relation to this dispute last week, and there were undertakings by the National Department that they will ensure going forward that they will publish the salary levels by the 31st of March. But they've also now developed a 2-tier system where they're going to do the COLA adjustments for the last 2 years that they haven't received it. But they also now wish to correct the salary levels of MMs and senior managers. And then, Honourable Chairperson, I think when that is established, it will be better for municipalities to attract the competence, the skill, and the people. Now, at this point in time, your managers, middle managers, don't want to apply for senior management positions, for director positions in municipalities. They don't want to apply for management, for municipal managers position. Why? The task levels of these middle managements are far higher. It exceeds the salary levels of senior managers and municipal managers. So and the posts that they have are permanent. The other posts are contract, and they just said, but I don't want to apply. And that's why we struggle really. And I foresee that we are going to have a challenge as post the 26 elections in terms of capacity on administrative level. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD. Honorable Chair, on the side of shared services.
Sorry, can you just lift your mic up a little bit? There we go. So it's just so we can get a good recording. Thanks.
Thank you. On the side of shared services, with specific to ICT, we do acknowledge that municipalities have indeed a challenge of aging infrastructure on the side of ICT, but we have been engaging municipality extensively on that. And what we've actually picked up is more on the lack of planning on the municipalities to ensure that they are able to do a long-term planning on their infrastructure. But the reality of the matter is that it ends up to the affordability of municipality to be able to keep up with the systems that are more fit for purpose in the municipalities. However, we have explored the opportunities of shared services at municipalities. And even though there isn't a more of a formal framework of which we are still busy with the department, but we have facilitated where municipalities are able to share the services and also resources amongst each other. The one I could actually pick up is where municipalities will be able to share backup systems. The likes of Garden Route, sharing backup systems with Beaufort West municipality. So it becomes a much more of at a local level between them assisting each other in that line. And we do facilitate that through our IT managers forum, where they start to share the best practices in municipalities. And just to add also, Chair, on the side of Overstrand, where they also are able to take some of their backup systems and be able to give it to another municipality, of which Overstrand and Dragonstein have done that on the case of Swellendam municipality, whereby they would be able to give over the systems that they know or infrastructure that they know that they are not in use on their side, and then they would give it over to another municipality that is really in need. So we are exploring now an opportunity of municipalities to procurement as a collective. That will be able to be advantageous in terms of achieving the economies of scale in municipalities. But however, we're engaging with the PT to see how do we do that, within the law, to make sure that municipalities do not violate the the MFMA, as well as the other regulations from the PT side. But it is still an ongoing process that we are engaging on PT and also national. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the shared services, specifically, Constable, Member Constable wanted an update. I think one of the things that we must note in terms of shared services is we want to use the district model. So you've got to have a strong district who wants to drive it. But I think I'm just going to ask Mil, who's the project manager for shared services, just to give you an update, Honourable Constable.
Honourable Chair, members. Just an update in relation to the shared services and members' question with regard to sharing the bigger financial systems. The department is currently in the process of developing a shared services framework. And one of the briefs is to look at the financial systems as well as ICT, and then to provide feedback. Our due date for this framework is by the end of November. Then, with regard to an update on shared services, in the districts, we have some form of shared services in each of the districts. For example, the West Coast, we have an intermunicipal cooperation agreement looking at the regional waste facility between Cedarburg and Matsikama municipalities. Then in the Central Karoo, we have the Joint Municipal Planning Tribunal, which is for Laingsburg and Prince Albert municipality. And then for Central Karoo, also the presiding officer for disciplinary matters. In the Garden Route, we have the GIS and call center shared services. In Cape Winelands, we've done a status audit, and the potential shared services that we are looking at in the Cape Winelands region is regional tourism, municipal training, as well as air quality management.
Honourable Chair and then members, with regards to the sustainability of the CIDIF program, as well as putting measures in place to mitigate against specific or potential risk in that area, is where we've appointed a project management unit that's funded by the SECO, the Swiss and the Danish. And as we're going to continue with this program, it will continue looking for additional donor financing institutions to fund this program. So they take, with those funds, They take the project from feasibility to bankability. In the bankability's definition is based on engagements with the private sector, like your asset management companies, your pension funds, your commercial banks, to make sure that it is indeed according to what the private sector would be interested in. And therefore, we've got to de-risk those projects. And therefore, the first phase of CIDF, we looked at those municipalities with a good track record of audit outcomes. And obviously, we've got to also look at the ability of those municipalities to take on additional debt. So once you've got all those measures in place that I've just mentioned, you've de-risked it, and we've got a sustainable program managed by a dedicated team. In terms of rolling it out to the smaller municipalities where the audit outcomes are not necessarily that good, and obviously where municipalities cannot afford to take up additional debt, we in phase 3, where we currently are, we've appointed a service provider that is looking at instruments that would specifically look at those. In those cases, it would be on a very specific project-based level. So you take one project, you ring fence it, and then there is institutions like your DBSA, your water affairs, water project hub, the climate change funds. They're all interested, and PPPs interested in looking on a project basis level. So we are indeed looking at the smaller municipalities, and we've got a pipeline at the moment that we're working on.
Thank you for those comprehensive answers. We had member Masipa had his hand up, and member Stoffel. Member Stoffel, just to keep you up to speed, we are considering part A, pages 5 to 22, and also the opening remarks. I'm not sure if you managed to hear some of those online, and you can also ask questions on those. All right, member Masipa.
Chair, I thought it will be amiss of us as a committee to really not say congratulations to the minister and his HOD and the department for the what you call the financial sustainability report, index report from Africa Ratings. I think that's really an achievement. But I think the one point that the HOD made was that the Honorable Minister Tlavisa indicated the need for them to support other municipalities, in order for them to achieve the results that the Western Cape is achieving. The reason I'm raising this, Chair, is because we're sitting with the Knysna problem right now in our backyard. And I'm just really wondering what else can be done to really also resolve that particular problem. We understand, what the insights are telling us, but I think there is a stubborn problem at a political level. How do we really, manage that stubborn problem, that is really more political than, what officials seem to see on the ground. We seem to be not seeing the same issues that what the officials are seeing on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, member Masipa. Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning. Good morning, MEC, HOD, and the entire department. Thank you very much for your presence in the house. And yeah, it's good to see you after a long time, all faces. And allow me, Chair, to applaud the department for good work so far. Member Masipa, you don't have to worry. We will acknowledge when there's good work being done. You don't have to worry about it. And Chair, as much as the department have done good work so far in terms of local government, under been scrutiny of underperforming and struggling municipalities across the province. We have seen municipalities collapse due to financial mismanagement, weak governance, and the lack of support. And I'm trying to get to take out of the opening remarks of the MEC. I'm just wondering, MEC, in terms of that municipalities, that especially the hang municipalities. We know probably the 16 hang municipalities, and I just wanted to check from that 16 hang municipalities, how many of them did or have received at least unqualified or a clean audit? And then also in your opening remarks, MEC, in terms of the George Collapse building, that is a very sensitive point. And the investigation report have yet to not been published in the House, where whilst we as committee members have asked numerous times for this report so that members in the House are able to scrutinize the report. So I'm just wondering, when are this report going to be tabled in the House for the members to scrutinize the report? Now, Chair, I'm not sure, I might be behind in terms of my questions. You can guide me to say, can I proceed or do I still?
So member, as mentioned, we're dealing with pages 5 to page
Yes.
22 and the opening remarks. So as long as it's relevant to that, then you are more than welcome to continue.
So my two questions was based on page 10 and then on page 12, a report of the accounting officer. I'm just wondering to the CFO or through to the MEC, in terms of the department have achieved 97% of the targets set for the reporting period, whilst partially achieved remaining 3% and explained in part C in the same report. Now, my question is, I'm just wondering, or why is the 97% achieved not reflecting, or is it reflecting in the status of the struggling municipalities? Does they form part of that? I've heard, Chairperson, in terms of the explanation from the HOD, where with the spending trends, and that spending trends have touched on the filling of post, of which the report doesn't look good when it comes to that. I understand the reasons been given by the HOD, but the report doesn't look good about it. That I must say to you. So, and I'm just wondering, beyond what you have said, remember last year we have dealt with this, the same issue last year, and the same reasons was been given. And I think now we should look really into attractiveness with that, beyond what you have mentioned, because you did mention that even last year to us, to say people are not interested to apply, especially on the director post, middle management. So beyond that reasons, can you please come up with an effective plan that will not spoil the clean audits of Western Cape, because this spoiled now the clean audits of Western Cape and it hamper the service delivery. Thank you, Chair, for now.
Thank you very much, Member Stoffel. I'm going to hand over to Minister and HLE Forsa. Member Masipa, I'm just going to ask if you can just briefly fill in for me for 2 minutes. I just need to pop out really quickly. Over to you, Minister and HLE.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And obviously, next year you will grill us more on NISNA, because that will fall in the next financial year. But to state that over this weekend, NISNA was again out of water. And the problem that we sit with is that, now I stated it from the beginning, we must depoliticize and we must not take these comments personally, because my responsibility is to the people of NISNA. Now, the problem is that Knysna, the mayor, the administration don't phone us and tell us there's no water. I get it a day later from Garden Route. By that time, people are already out of water for 12 days. And the same happened on Friday. Friday, the Garden Route district call us and tell me, do I know that Van Wyksdorp don't have water for a day now already? By Friday night, we managed to get Cape Agulhas municipality or Resokwa municipality to support them to open up the line and fix the water. So if a lot of these municipalities will just talk sooner to us, it will help. And then we must also realize that it's not our job to run the municipalities. We're there to support them. Support means that you form part and you help them with expertise, but more and more, I think that municipalities' understanding of support is that the province must bring the checkbook. Sorry, it's not that. Municipalities are an entity, they've got a tax base, and they must run their municipality within that framework. And what we bring is add-ons. We can contribute, we can support, we bring in expertise, and we work with municipalities. So I'm hopeful for the new white paper on local government. We had a 2-day in Durban with the national minister. I think a lot of things has been said. It was quite an open and honest discussion that was very much depoliticized, that we looked at one another and said that, listen, actually we're failing, the people. And what are we going to do to step up? And that was through all the political parties sitting there. There's 1,500 people. So there's a lot of things that we need to change, and we're not going to get it right by the first chance. But obviously, I think the new white paper will put us on the next level. Mentioning that there's municipalities that run brilliantly with the current white paper. So we must also not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We must build the system, keep on building the system. And I think things like consequence management will become core to the new white paper, because the 139 process gets politicized. It's a very lengthy process. By the time you get into a municipality through 139, everything has collapsed. So I think there will be an emphasis on consequence management so that we can step in much quicker when there's problems on water, on electricity, etc. I will, Honourable Stoffel, on the how many of the hang municipalities. Now, remember in the province, hang municipalities, it's the coalition municipalities you're talking about, because in the province we always try to keep it uneven so that there's not a lot of hang, but it can also happen. But I will get you the figure. I don't have it with me. We know that most of the cleaning audits are within this province. I think 21 out of the 41 or something like that. So there is municipalities who are getting it right, who manage their coalitions right. But coalition politics is something new to us, and we all need to learn and step up. That's something that we will keep on building and talk to, and you will grill me on Thursdays on that. So it's right, we talk, and that's also where it's important to have the Hansidals in the room, because the rest of the world dealt with coalitions much longer than us. For us, it's something new, but I'm more worried about king-making politics, that one or two individuals capture the council. I think that's the threat. I don't think coalition politics is the threat if we understand the concept right. And hopefully in the white paper, there will be blocks and checks and balances so that we can get it right. On the George building collapse, we've done everything that we should have done and more. It was not on us actually to do the report. We sent in the independent investigation, and the Premier handed that report to the police that must now do their job. I understand the problem, but we don't hide anything. The problem is that there's a legal process. Somebody is going to go to jail on this, and we don't want to compromise that process, because somebody must be accountable for what has happened in George. Now, in the meantime, other institutions like NHBRC and has dropped their reports. Personally, I think it's wrong. I think they cover up their lack of oversight over the building George report, and those things will come out in the court case. It's not for us to. The sooner we get this report now to the next stage where we prosecute, I think the better for all of us. But we don't want to compromise the system. of the legal system. Yeah, and with that, I'm going to ask my HOD or to deal with the rest.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members for the questions. I'm just going to ask Albert to maybe just deal with the 97% and the 3% and how that affects the municipalities with the audits. I'll respond to the post, Honourable Chairperson. So just in the province, for the period under review, Beaufort West has had a qualified audit opinion. And Tanaland a disclaimer and Laingsburg adverse, and then Theewaterskloof also qualified. And so how do we, between ourselves and the provincial treasury, work with particularly these municipalities to help and improve their performance? We know that Beaufort West got a financial recovery plan, as well as Theewaterskloof. We're in the process of finalizing that, as well as Tanaland has now indicated, but they also will accept the financial recovery plan. So we're working closely with those municipalities with the audit files and see how do we strengthen those capacities. Just on the question of the coalitions, I mean, I'm not necessarily empowered to talk about it, but the National Department, COCTA, as well as SALGA, ourselves have realized there are challenges with coalition councils in municipalities. And for that reason, our input into the white paper was also that the framework of coalition politics or government must be finalized. And ideally, if we can do that prior to the local government elections next year, then political parties are aware what are the dynamics and requirements and the criteria around coalition governments that will regulate that arrangements and so on. So we're actually quite keen in convincing the National Department to finalize that coalition framework. Honourable Chairperson, on the post, we have gone through a number of iterations in the recruitment and selection process on it. You will see what has happened. The DBSA has issued a directive on the 18th of October 2023, where they said there's stringent now requirements to fill posts in all departments, given the fact that to control the headcount, but also to control the cost of employment, COE, in provinces. So we had to now provide detailed submissions to the minister, to the premier. The premier must actually authorize it. It must go via the DG. And then it comes back to us, and then we must prepare it for publication and so on. But that has had an impact on the speed with which we are filling the post and so on. So that directive was until the 31st of March 2024. The National Minister of DBSA then decided to extend that until the 31st of March 2025. So every time that we want to fill a post, whether that's a level 7 or level 8 or level 5, we must have a detailed motivation via the minister to the DG and then to the premier to sign that. And it's at times we had to rewrite the submissions. At times we had to do more than one submission to convince the premier to authorize a payment. And in the interim, Chairperson, I think the balance of the staff must carry the additional workload. And we must also be mindful of the mental health of the staff within the organization. So I can assure the Honourable Chair and the committee that we do want to fill the post so that we can actually take the additional workload off the balance of the staff, and so that we can put more APP deliverables on the APP and deliver those to municipalities. But I take note what the committee has indicated, and actually we will deal with the recommendation and the advice received from the committee. I just want to ask Albert perhaps to reflect on the 97% and the 3% as well, Chairperson.
Sorry, actually, can you just turn your mic off? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The 97%, the question is whether there is a correlation between the 3% and the municipalities that have not received a clean audit. Now, a straight answer to that is there is no relationship. The two indicators which have been partially met is one on the code of conduct cases. As HOD indicated earlier on, that these are the cases that get reported to the minister. It's based on the cases that get reported. And in a way, when we're setting up that indicator, we normally say it's a demand-driven indicator. Because if you're planning, you actually may achieve, or there might be cases that get reported, you may achieve, you may underachieve, you may overachieve on those. And the second one is actually around the community works program, which is an opportunity, a work opportunity. Now that program is basically a national program where national would determine the numbers in terms of the participants that must be recruited into the program. And also they would approve in terms of people who have applied into the program. So that program basically is spread out in different municipalities. So if we try and pick up exactly which ones would it relate to, it's sort of generic, if I would put it in that manner.
All right, we're done. Colleagues, we have been at this section for about an hour now. We do still have another 2 sections to go. Are there any other questions on this particular part? No? We've got one more from Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. And can I just pose a follow-up in terms of my question with the 97 and 3%? Chair?
Of course, member, as long as it's
Within
this part,
yeah,
yes.
Yes. Maybe, is it possible for the department then to indicate to us, even at a later stage, which municipalities is that you have indicated? Then, in terms of the organizational structure, that is on page 21, the 6 vacant director posts, and office, I could once again said, we are faced with this problem about the director posts. Even last year, I'm sorry to refer every time.
Sorry, you said with regards to what? You had your hand over your mouth. I didn't hear.
Oh.
No.
On page 21, organizational structure, then specifically I zoom in into the 6 vacant posts of the directors. Yes. Now, last year we are faced with this, probably with the same problem. And once again, here we are sitting, it's again the 6 directors. And I'm just wondering, is this thing not crippling the operations of the department? But let me leave it there. In the organizational structure department, there are 6 vacant director posts. What is the cause of the delaying? You have explained, touch on it, but I don't want to, as if I'm preempting. I will allow the HOD or the MEC to respond. But additionally on that, there was a gender misrepresentation within the last. And I can see now, and I've read, we are still faced with that issue of gender within that, because there's 9 males and 3 females. And we have asked, what is the department going to do about it? And we are still asking, noting that it's still the same. What is the department's plan? What are they going to do about it? And then also on page 34, organizational environment.
Sorry,
No.
Sorry, member.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, Chair. So that was my last question in terms.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Member Stoffel. Just to note the question, and I think it might have been as you were in the lift or just arriving, the question around those vacant posts has been asked and answered already, and there were also references made to the challenges around around gender, and that was also answered. So if you would like to, you can go back and re-listen to that on the recording, and that question has been answered. But I will allow if Mr. Pulser or the minister wants to add anything further on that, and then just in terms of the other questions raised by Member Stoffel as well. Over to you, HOD and Minister, and then after that we'll move on to the next part.
Yes, sorry.
Can I just make an
Sorry, member, I just need to recognize you first.
Oh,
Thanks. Yes, Member Stoffel.
sorry for that one, Chair. Chair, can I just put an emphasis on the question, or maybe give more a bit of understanding around the question? The reason I'm not satisfied with the answer, and I think they are not here to satisfy me. They are here to satisfy the broader picture here. We have sit with the problem last year. We are still faced with the same problem. And I think that's where the emphasis is. We cannot have the same problem each and every time when it comes to annual reports. There must be a movement in this thing, and we are really serious about it. So I think the emphasis on that.
Thank you, Member Stoffel. Noted. Minister, HOD.
Chairperson, as I previously indicated, I mean, we really commit to fill the post as soon as possible. I spoke about the DPSA directive. And at times we had to re-advertise, go for headhunting. In the interim, not necessarily within the period that's under review, acknowledge that our posts are vacant, 6 posts are vacant. We have filled, it's Nabil Rylands, we have filled with Sonia Sinian, and we have fought with Mr. Van Vieren. And so there are 2 additional posts that is in the recruitment and selection process that must go to Cabinet on the 29th of October. We had a assessment for the municipal capacity, well, not for performance monitoring and so on. We've got the interviews for the 16th. And there's no reason, I think, for the entire department to delay this, but to fill the post, because if the posts are not filled, it creates additional workload on staff. You must actually have people act in those positions besides their own post. So we are quite aware of it. And just on the gender, I think we are using these opportunities. I can't just reveal it here because it needs to go to Cabinet. But we are using this opportunities to balance, to try and balance between women and males, men within the department. And I think soon, Chairperson, I think it will most probably be in favor of women within the senior management team. If we consistently work on it, and that's a commitment that I give. So we want to fill the post as soon as possible. The problem is that we sometimes go more than one iteration of the recruitment and selection process. So there's no intention to delay it. And the sooner we can have the post full, the better for the organization, and I mean, for the better for the balance of the staff, but also for municipalities. Then we do our work. At this point in time, the entire balance of the staff, including the senior managers, must take up the additional workload. And that's also creates stress, and it creates challenges around the mental state of some of the staff members and so on. And I mean, we're all human. So it is my undertaking to have these posts full as soon as possible. And Honourable Chairperson, on the cost of the delays, we can deal with that and maybe come back to the committee and provide what is the cost of the delays in filling of these posts. On the 97%, on the audit outcome, are you comfortable to respond, Albert?
She said we'll provide information.
Okay. Thanks, Honourable Chairperson.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Colleagues, that was part A. We will now move to part B, which is the performance information. And that is from pages 23 to pages 78. I'll give you an opportunity just to find those sections, either online or in your book. All right. Just for noting, we are going to break for tea or coffee at 11 o'clock if we aren't finished by then. And also to note that at 10 a.m. we will be joined by representatives from the Bergrivier municipality who will be joining to observe our proceedings. And I will welcome them when they do arrive. Colleagues, in terms of part B, can I have hands for the first round of 2 questions? We have Member Constable and Member Stoffel. We'll have our first 2 questions. Member Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I note that we cover some comments with regards to ICT, but I have just a question with regards to the pilot project that was rolled out at Cederberg, Saldanha, Issaquah, those municipalities. Can the department maybe elaborate on the lessons learned during the pilot phase, page 24, 25?
Thank you, Member Constable, and thank you for being so ready with the page number.
So can the department maybe elaborate on the lessons learned during the pilot phase of the policy framework? Are there notable revisions to policy necessary before its rollout? Chair, maybe just another question before I give over. On page 34, and my question is based also on the discussion or the debate that we have in chambers with regards to the traditional institutional management. There's the budget there is only 798, of which only 422 was spent. Can the department elaborate on what was achieved regarding traditional and Khoisan affairs during the financial year? And why is it that there's only still one person in that space? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Constable. Member Stoffel, you have the floor. You just put your mic on. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. My first question is on page 34, organizational environment. And then we go there to employment and vacancies by program as of 31st of March 2025. Now, the vacancy rate is 10.8, yeah? And then, which means 42 out of 388 posts filled. But with a critical shortage in engineering, it's 44% vacancy, and then disaster management is 14.3 disaster managers. Now, I wanted just to check with the department, why does the department continue to have this high vacancy rate in that critical post? We have a George Collapse building in George, where we have to wait for engineers to bring in engineers from other places, whilst we've got vacancies where we can be filled by such people, expertise. So can there be explanation on that one? And then on page 41, the sub-program, 2.1 municipal administration, and then we go straight to the output indicators, 2.15A, number of legal support initiative provided to municipalities and strengthen in municipal governance. Now, my question is, are these initiatives offered to all municipalities in the province? And if not, what is the criteria for these initiatives? That's my two questions.
Okay.
Remember, you said two, Chair.
Yes, no. What we're doing is we're taking 2 members at a time, just so that we can have a bit more of a flow.
Oh.
So if you want to ask more, you're more than welcome.
If the committee can allow me.
Yes, of course. Please go ahead. That's why we're here.
Oh, okay. I'm being intimidated by the member. Okay, Chair. Can we then go to, I'm not sure whether Chair, please call me into order. Page 54. Then we concentrate there on the program 3, development and planning, disaster management. There is a display in the procurement of disaster management center relocation, audiovisual upgrades, and disaster management training. So my question there is, what is the department plan to ensure that infrastructure and disaster management projects are not delayed by procurement? That's the first one. Or capacity constraints in 2025 upwards to 2026. Remember, we had a capacity problem before when it comes to this disaster management, and now we are asking again, what is the delayed within that setup? And then there were similar challenges in the previous year, as I indicated, and there was delays in the procurement of disaster management and center upgrades and resilient connectivity. Even 2023, 2024 ARP page, if you want me to be specific, when I'm talking, it's on page 16 and 53. Then I think my last question on the part B, Chair, is then transfers and payments. That is on page 63. Transfers payment been made for the period 1 April 2024 to 31st March 2025. Many municipalities spend less than 50% of their allocated community development worker, the CDW, and Tusong Center grant by year end. Example, City of Cape Town, 50%, Matsikama, 1.1%, Mossel Bay, 19.3%. Similar low spending rates in several municipalities, 2023, 2024. If I want to be specific, we go to page 198 to 2.
Sorry, we're not dealing with.
No.
With
that's the
page.
previous years. That's the book of last year.
Oh, okay.
I made referral to the book of last year, so I brought it here.
Oh, right. Sorry.
So,
Sorry, remember,
be
just
more specific.
no problem. You asked me to call you to order, so just in terms of that,
Yeah.
we don't all have the book from last year with us, so it's just a bit
Okay.
difficult for us
They
to.
can give to them.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks. Are you finished? Thank you very much, member. Okay, Minister HOD, if we can just hand over to you.
So it's a balance between perhaps Colin, Albert,
The ICT.
Kimmel, and Zuko, and then Sia. So just on the organizational environment, particularly in relation to engineering and disaster management, Honorable Chairperson, those are critical skills. It's critical skills, and in terms of the workforce plan, those are critical skills. Unfortunately, for many of the engineering capacity, for disaster management, for some, for specialized support, we get only funding for contract positions. And I mean, Sandra and Maris can explain just in terms of the engineering. Municipalities are firstly paying higher than what we are paying. People want permanency, they want fixed positions. And if you look at the exits out of the department, I can tell you there's actually engineers that left for the Eastern Cape for permanent positions instead of contract positions. So I mean, we are doing responsible for water and for energy, and we get sort of earmark funding for those positions. We need to fill it. Maris has gone to how many recruitment and selection processes, and when the letters are issued to the candidates, they are successful in the appointment, they decline it. Then we must go again through the recruitment and selection process, and we are aware that we want to deploy, in the case of Neisner, in the case of Kanaland, in the case of Matsikama, Cederberg, when there's challenges, we want to be able to have additional capacity and deploy these engineers and to go help the municipalities and so on. But the engineering capacity, the turnover rate is so high because as soon as some of the engineers come and they learn and they interact with municipalities and so on, they absorbed. Municipalities appoint them, they're going to be appointed elsewhere, then we must start all over. And we are now at the phase where we're going to approach a provincial treasury. We had an initial technical meeting because we can't continue like that. Offer for these critical posts, offer contract positions. People just don't want to apply. And the burden, the administrative burden that it rests upon us, we consistently in a recruitment and selection process, because as people come, particularly the critical posts, people go. There, Colin can also talk about the disaster management. We appoint staff on contract positions. They go and they go work in municipalities for permanency and so on. So, Honorable Chairperson, I hear what the Honorable Member said, and it's a real concern for us. We, in our part of the MTech engagement, and I mean, the CFO has also made that recommendation that our focus should be on the COE, because it's senseless if we have all this project management funding, but we don't have the people, permanency, to deal with some of these projects and to complete those projects in municipalities. And that's why it is a concern for me personally that we're consistently losing the people on contract and we can't have permanency. But in the meantime, we expected to deal with the priority of water. We expected to deal with the priority of electricity. We expected to deal with fraud and corruption in municipalities, and they are also on contract. So we are really struggling and would require some permanent funding for the filling of these posts, Chairperson. Albert and Colin, Sia, you can see in what sequence you want to take it. ICT, okay. And then Azuka just on the community development.
Thanks.
Sorry.
The question is around work and the spending in the traditional institution management. That program was established within the department. It was in anticipation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, which is now, as it is called now. But work relating to that, basically the work starts at the national level. where the commission starts doing all the recognition processes. And once that is done, then the work comes down to the provinces. If you'll recall, I indicated, I'm not sure if it was in the committee, that that particular act was challenged in court and it was declared invalid. And that invalidity was suspended for 2 years, which it ended. The suspension sort of ended May this past year, but that has since been extended again. It was basically to give Parliament, national and provincial parliaments, time to go back and pass the law in an appropriate manner. That is to do public consultations and so on. Since December last year, the department issued, not this department, but national department, issued out a bill, Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Bill of 2024, for public comments. And that process closed sometime in February at the beginning of the year. And the department has indicated that they will actually process the bill and go to Parliament so that they give Parliament to be able to do their own consultation processes. So as it is now, that bill is still going to go for consultation purposes. So in terms of the expenditure that you see there, it's in terms of one person that is in that particular unit. I am also doing work in that unit, but I'm not paid under there. So if I was paid under there, you would see a different picture. I'm paid under policy and strategic support. However, I'm doing work in that regard.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the question on the lessons learned on the project that we embarked on the revision of the ICT policy framework, just to quickly give context to that one, Chair. Currently, municipalities are implementing a 2015 policy, of which that 2015 policy, it was quite a rigid system approach, where we needed to change and introduce a much more of a flexible system in such a way that not everything need to be approved or overseen by council, but to also allow other structures within the municipality to also take charge. Because the narrative that we are driving there is that ICT is not just a support function, but rather much more of an organizational function that also brings value within the organization. What we picked up there is that the current framework is much more of a compliance driven, where it was just a policy to implement other policies. So we needed to change that. It was more of adding an administrative burden to the councillors and also the management at municipalities, and also more having a silo approach. So we needed to change that, and the lessons learned from that, we've realized that it is quite important to bring the involvement of the leadership in the municipality, because we've realized that the leadership is more on the sideline when it comes to ICT, and it's also more of the lack of understanding of what ICT is. So we saw a huge role that can be played by both council and also the management in ensuring that they can drive ICT in municipalities. We've also identified, part of our lessons, the importance of the oversight structures in the municipality, because they were not really playing a role. So we ensured that we ran workshops, customization workshops, where we needed, the leadership, with also including council, those that are also available, and also the oversight structures like the audit committees, the risk management people, and also those that are playing a role on the ICT space. So we ensured that they become part of it. And the other area that we've also identified as a lessons learned around this area was the lack of business and IT integration, which really didn't bring benefits to the municipality. So when we introduced this, municipalities started to see, the importance of bringing business and IT into one, so that a municipality doesn't only go into planning and leave IT behind. They need to do an integrated planning to be able to reap the benefit realization and also be able to have a much more better plan on the IT investments. And lastly, on the side is to bring a much more proactive approach when it comes to risk management, because that is why we see now the much more escalation of the cybersecurity attacks on municipalities. So we need municipalities to start to be proactive in terms of playing a role around risk management and ensuring that they are more better prepared to oversee the controls that we are putting in place, that they can be able to start to implement those, and also just to deal with the issue of changing the whole culture in the municipality of working together and understanding that IT doesn't only belong in the bunker, but it belongs to the boardroom. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Chairperson, can I ask Kamal and then Colin and then Nazuko in that sequence? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And honourable members, question dealing with the legal support initiatives that we provide. And let me just categorically state that, I mean, we provide the support to every municipality. It's not sort of a selective basis. But coming to your question about the criteria and how do we identify the municipalities? There's various ways in which one has to identify the municipalities. You've got the municipal support program that we also have internally in the program, in the department, which is on a quarterly basis where municipalities identify the needs that they require. So based on that, we will provide our support. One also needs to take into cognizance municipalities that are under Section 154 support plan. So that is also transversely throughout the year as well. I think thirdly, one needs to also look at the FRP. And those municipalities that are under the FRP, and where we, as the department, together with the other sector departments and stakeholders, play a part in supporting the municipality under the FRP as well. I think also one also needs to look at the audit outcomes and what are the issues that have been raised in the audit outcomes. I'm not talking about, but we're focusing on trainings and specialized focus trainings, which is within our caliber in the directorate itself. There will be obviously other sector departments that will focus on the areas as well. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Chair, so just maybe in terms of the engineering for the Georgia incident, so our disaster management system is not only the department, it's very, very broad. We bring in stakeholders from all over to advise us, and it's also on a volunteer in most of the case, and as and when. So in the event of that incident, we had access to the municipality's engineers, but also University of Stellenbosch, who had specialists in that specific type of collapse structural. It's not something engineers generally deal with. So in that case, we didn't have any issues. Resource-wise, we had 600 people there, which is actually more than what we needed. So I think we do have a system where we can ramp up very quickly in the event of a disaster to ensure that we have resources that we require. As far as the infrastructure in the center is concerned, so what happened was we did an assessment around 2018, and then we got budget to upgrade the center. We always talk about the video wall, but it's actually a lot more than that. It's the audiovisual systems, the interactive media systems. And just when we were ready to actually go to tender and finalize the project, we had COVID and we had to lock the center down for 2 years. Nobody was allowed in from outside so that we could manage the integrity of the center. And then once we had got through that and wanted to go back to the process, we were informed by the Department of Health that they want to relocate us because they need to rebuild the new Tygerberg Hospital on that area. So we are in the process we have identified a new building that is in the process of being procured through infrastructure. However, we have upgraded because we couldn't put the province at a risk of not having that kind of capability in the period that the transition is taking place. But we did within the agreement say that whatever gets installed and implemented now must be transferred. So that's written into the agreement. So it's not that we're spending a lot of money now and then that will be wasteful expenditure as we move on. And then our last kind of really big area in terms of infrastructure is obviously infrastructure damaged by disasters. It could come up later, but just to mention that We did have a severe staff shortage in that specific subdirectorate. It's at full capacity now, and they are dealing with more than R1 billion of projects in terms of recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, Nozuko Mplaka, Integrated Service Delivery. In relation to the transfers on the Community Development Worker Program and the Tusong Program, perhaps, Chair, if you allow me, so before we do the transfers, we need to go through the process of the signing of the transfer payment agreement. And that process takes us quite a long time because one, we need to receive the TPAs from municipalities. In the case of the CDW program, they can, what usually causes the delay for the municipalities to send the TPAs back to us is because they must first go through their own financial reports so that they can then be quite sure how much. So it takes us a little bit more around getting the documentation firstly to get to the department for the municipalities to send the signed transfer agreement to get to us, and then also pre that process, we need to go through the vetting process. So between the drafting of the TPAs, the sending of the TPAs to legal services to first vet them, send them to municipalities, municipalities must sign the TPAs, and then they must get to the department. We then need to verify the information that's contained is indeed correct before the CFO and the HOD. The CFO can then also agree, and then the HOD finally to approve the transfer. So that process takes quite a long time. And we end up transferring somewhere between October, in the case of the CDW program, and sometimes it delays up until we transfer around February. So that's the first challenge around the transfer process, the bringing in the TPAs that are signed. And then by the time we transfer, somewhere between October and sometimes February, then the municipality, then our financial year, we're closing our books on the 30th of March. So the expenditure then that we see then only reflects in some instances more or less a month if we transfer around February, or nothing at all around that time. But then municipalities then have the 3 months to close their own books. So when we then keep our own tracking system. So both on the CTW program and then the Tusong program, and I'll ask Abigail to reflect on it. If we then look at the expenditure as at 30 March, which is the end of the municipal financial year, there is an improvement to what you are seeing in the annual report. And then after that, they've now applied for rollover for the remaining amount that they have not spent by the end of their financial year. And then that process now is running, and around probably sometime end of October or November, the provincial treasury will then give an indication whether those rollovers are approved. And then again, municipalities have to have between the end of November up until the end of their financial year to spend the remaining amount in terms of the rollover. So in summary, there is an improvement between what was transferred at the end of March as at 30 June before they apply for the rollover.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Abigail Robinson, Department Local Government Service Delivery Integration. With regard to the Tusong program, we had 7 transfers, of which 4 was fully spent and 3 is still in process. So they now applied for the rollover. As Nozuko now explained, that we'll only get the feedback by October, November if that was approved.
Thanks. Any other inputs on this one? No? All right. We're going to go to another round of questions. Member Constable, I just want to see if there's anybody else who hasn't asked a question yet. Member Masipa and Member Marais. We'll take those 2. Member Stoffel and Constable, we will come back to you in the next round for follow-ups. And Member Masipa first.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to sound like I'm just dishing compliments, but I have to do this. Really, I must say that the disaster management of this province is the best, and congratulations to you guys for all the hard work that you have put in that regard. The first one, Chair, is with regards to page 36 that talks to water resilience. We have had roughly in the last 2 or so months, 6 millimeter of rain. I just want to get a feel as to how are we doing in terms of the dam level and the capacity, to sustain us through the next season of the rainfall. Yeah, but also saying that really keep up the good work in terms of managing that part. It is very important. With regards to program 2, page 38, Chair, we have been on a public hearing, and one of the concern that people were raising, and obviously, sometimes a little bit misguided, was the issue of lack of public participation. And I do note here on page 38 that the local government is really trying to make sure that the municipalities are taking public participation seriously. Maybe just to talk to us about, how you are really making sure that the municipalities are really ensuring that public participation is taking place in the province. The next one is page 73. But I think it might have been touched, but it relates to conditional grants. We had delays in terms of conditional grants because of budget 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. So I just want to get, from Chair, from the department in terms of their timelines, whether they are going to be able to meet the required timeline. The final one is page 75, which relates to fiber connectivity. Obviously, one of the areas that we are looking at is how, we can find the support for the municipalities in order to grow their economy and obviously increase their jobs. So I just want to know from the department is how do you identify, those areas with a fiber support, and obviously, talk about vandalism if there are vandalism that are really affecting this, because for us it is really quite critical that municipalities have got the infrastructure, the connectivity infrastructure, so that they can really ensure that economic growth take place in the municipalities and so forth. Thank you, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Member Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to know in terms of, I'm going to refer to pages 32 to 35, and then also refer to page 24. Now, I first want to start with the page 24, where it is stated that a common understanding that emerged at the summit was that the declining revenue base of municipalities compels them to seek cost-effective service delivery mechanisms. Now, the department makes reference to the shared services and intermunicipal cooperation as a way of looking at alternatives. Was that the only alternative identified? Because we have a situation where you make reference to the revenue base of municipalities. In other words, we need to look at much further than just the services, but generating potential income for municipalities. So I'd like to know if someone can pack or give us some clarity on that going forward. Then in terms of the relocation of the Disaster Management Center, I know that there's current developments going on at the Tygerberg Hospital. Is there a time frame that was identified for the relocation? Because it poses potential risks. And also the cost implication, has that also been, the feasibility of that, has that been looked at? And then my last question is just in terms of the Tusong, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, Tusong centers. There has been no reference to any interruptions at Tusong centers. Just wanted to get clarity. Does it mean that everything was very rosy at the two song centers? There's no complaints that's registered, no compliments, but also were there any criminal perhaps incidents at two song centers because of their the locations? There's no reference to that in the report. Just wondered if someone could give some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister HOD.
Chairperson, I'm going to perhaps venture a response in relation to the declining revenue base, and then I'm going to ask Marius perhaps on the rainfall and what we are doing there. Craig perhaps on the public participation, and Sandra just on the grants, fiber, Colin, and then just on the relocation, Colin, and then the Tusong Center perhaps between Nazuku and, yeah, okay, Nazuku. So Chairperson, I mean, that is one form of dealing with the declining revenue in municipalities, but it's not the only work that we are doing. I think between ourselves and the provincial treasury, the national treasury, the national department, SALGA, what we're advocating is there must be a brand new financial model for municipalities, because municipalities must actually raise their own revenue of 90%, 95% of the budget. And the balance again of the provincial and national government in terms of the equitable share, and then maybe national and provincial grants. And so what municipalities do, obviously they increase their tariffs and their rates on an annual basis to keep ahead of it. But we have, the National Department has started work and the National Treasury has started work around it, but the work is not coming to fruition. So in our inputs into the white paper that we have, the minister submitted now in August, we have reiterated the importance of a new financial model for municipalities, because it's becoming extremely financially unsustainable for municipalities. You deal with the demand for increased services, you deal with population growth and so on. You deal with aging infrastructure and you can't stay ahead. And I mean, the minister has done work around the basket of services, therefore the dignity basket, where citizens are now struggling to afford the basket of services presented by municipalities. So we take all those into account, and our premise is that there must be a new financial model for municipalities. And while that work is underway, this is elements that we are doing just to ease a load on municipalities, Honourable Chairperson. Marius, perhaps on the water and the town assessments, and then I will ask Craig on the public participation and the rest, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want to add maybe to the last answer that HOD said, just to add on to that. As part of the CIRF program, there's a huge drive towards investment in revenue generating infrastructure. So the more catalytic projects we can get going in municipalities, the more revenue we're going to generate. So that is one of the methods and methodologies we use to assist municipalities in increasing their revenue streams. Together with that as well is obviously with our water resilience grant, we're assisting municipalities to reduce their non-revenue water, and that is in some cases a huge portion of revenue that's lost. And then the assistance we give under energy resilience is we're assisting municipalities with cost of supply studies, making sure that the tariffs that they're actually it's based on the true cost of providing that service, and that they actually then get in the revenue that is actually going to fund the operational costs for providing that services. Under the question on the rainfall that has been lower than in the previous financial year, and the dam levels that is also a bit lower than in the previous financial year, we are not that concerned. In the winter rainfall areas, the dam levels are lower, but we do not foresee that in the rainfall areas, especially those supplied by the Western Cape Water Supply Scheme, will at this point in time in summer have any problems. In the summer rainfall areas, that is your Central Karoo, Klein Karoo areas, and then also a bit of drought in the garden route areas at the moment. We will be doing our biannual drought risk assessment, and based on that, we will see what contingency plans must be put in place. And there, in the past, we've been proactive by providing funding to our district municipalities to procure potable water tankers that can then be on standby to go to these municipalities and assist as and when required. And then obviously also as part of the resilience program, although certain towns' dam levels might be showing that it's low, that town is not really necessarily 100% dependent on the dam. They're actually, as part of our diversification of water source, they are dependent mostly on groundwater reserves, where we put significant work into by hydrologists to make sure that the municipalities have standard operating procedures to abstract those groundwater sources optimally.
Mr. Dana?
Thank you, Chair. So the estimated time for the move to a new centre will be December next year, 2026. What had happened is we were approached by the Department of Health. They've identified that area because they can't break Tygerberg Hospital down. They have to build a new hospital and then can they only decide what to do with the old building. So they've identified the area where the disaster management centre is currently located and the buildings adjacent to it as where the new building will be constructed. With that, it placed the onus on the Department of Health to provide us with an alternative site. So although they did recommend another site on the premises of Tygerberg Hospital, we have to comply quite strictly to a guideline for disaster management centres. There's quite a lot of issues. It looks at security, it looks at connectivity, communications, access by helicopters, etc. So there's a whole range, but just to give you an indication, it's quite a strict requirement for the centre. So we have, together with infrastructure, been doing work now for quite a while. Unfortunately, to try and build a disaster centre would take an inordinate amount of time. And we would have to go, we've gone and looked for something that could work. I mean, the centre that we're in was also never intended to be a disaster centre. So we have, after a number of processes, we have identified a building. And then it does tick pretty much most of the boxes. So the discussion also is that health have to obviously give an amount of funding, and then also infrastructure were responsible for the procurement of the process. So those discussions are ongoing between the HODs of those two departments and Mr. Paulson. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. It's a very good question, Honourable Member, because I mean, I've been with the department more than, I think, 15 years almost. And being responsible for public participation, if you compare where we are now, where we compared to where we were previously, public participation still remains a huge challenge within municipalities. But we have changed our strategy as a department. If you look at the support programs that we've been rolling out over the number of years, what we are primarily focusing on now is because you can't have meaningful public participation if community members are not empowered. So we're placing a very strong emphasis on empowering community members so that they can meaningfully engage in the decision-making of local government. And what we are very proud of as a department is the civic education campaign that we are rolling out now across the province. We used to have it in the form of videos where we would have community members assemble And then we would facilitate those sessions on what is local government, for instance, what's the role of ward committees in a municipality, what are municipalities and how they are structured, what are municipal services, what can a community member expect from a municipality, how do people participate in municipal processes, what is a responsive citizen, because that's very important. Because community members must realize that it's not only the municipality's responsibility, but it's also a responsibility of a citizen also to contribute, to take ownership, to partake, etc. And then more importantly, what's the role of a councillor? Now, this year we have converted all those videos into these booklets. I brought 6 along. We're still in the process of printing the last 2. Another barrier to meaningful public participation is the language barrier. What we've discovered as a department, certain municipalities don't even have the public participation policies available in all 3 official languages. The same applies to the ward committee policies. So that's another project that we're going to take on if funding is made available next year, is to assist municipalities, because when we engage the community members, they indicate to us any communication from municipalities is communicated to them in a language they don't understand. Meetings are conducted in a language they don't understand. Policies are available in a language they don't understand. So with these booklets, and I'm going to leave a set of this here for you, Chair, because if you need more, we can provide you after the meeting with more. Now, everything that we are doing as a department insofar as public participation is concerned, we are providing that support. Even now, we want to support municipalities because it's a capacity a challenge, it's a budget challenge. And we have undertaken as a department that depending on our budget itself, we will then also take the responsibility of translating those policies that's important for the communities to have in their possession so that they can meaningfully engage. So we are thinking of doing that in the future. And like I indicated, we want to intensify this because we are seeing now the benefits of this. Community members, when we have these sessions, we facilitate the sessions because we don't open it up to the municipality. They partner us, but we facilitate it because this is about educating the community members. What we've also discovered is the accountability that we want to bring in, because now that people understand what is local government, what's their role, how they can hold the municipality accountable, how they can contribute, how they can be a responsive citizen by paying for their municipal services, and how it will benefit them as a whole, we see a greater interest now, right? And there's been a huge request for more of these civic education sessions where we go out and we engage the community. Sometimes it's over weekends, sometimes it's late at night, sometimes it's during the morning, depending on the need within the area. So to conclude, I acknowledge there's still a lot of hard work to do, but I think one of the pluses, and as a minister always used to challenge us, we need to improve on our support initiatives. And I think one of the biggest pluses was the amendment to the Structures Act insofar as ward committees is concerned, because now it enables the minister to crack the whip now. Previously, it was nowhere in legislation indicated that the speaker is the custodian of public participation and ward committees. And the honorable member who was a speaker before, he can recall. But now with the amendment of the Structures Act, it enables the department to strengthen its oversight role, because now the Structures Act indicates that the speaker of a municipality is responsible for ensuring the effectiveness of public participation and ward committees. What does that imply? Because now it implies that as a department, we no longer address our concerns to the municipal manager, because the speaker is now the custodian, he's responsible. And with that accountability, if councillors don't have the community report back meetings, if ward committees are not meeting, if they're not providing feedback to the community members, Minister can now, through letters, ask the municipal speaker to intervene and to address these kinds of challenges, something we never had before, because as a department, when we used to write to the municipal managers or the public participation official, we would notice the following quarter, those recommendations that we made were never implemented. So I'm confident that we are making inroads, but it's still going to require hard work. Thanks.
Sorry, can I just ask in the interim, can you just pass those, I don't know how many of those books you have, but could you just pass them across so members can just have a look through while we are finalizing the responses? Sorry.
Honorable Chair, we've previously, in the previous committee, also circulated the electronic version of those videos. I'm sure we can also just make a plan to also provide the electronic version. Perhaps the first one is to touch base on the public participation component. So over and above what Craig is indicated on the public participation side, on the community development worker program, we also they partner with Craig and the entire Chief Directorate in terms of providing assistance to municipalities, especially around helping municipalities around the tabling of their integrated development planning processes. But also, we are a partner. We've got an MOU with Provincial Parliament on the CDW program. So Provincial Parliament utilizes when members of Parliament in this Parliament go to municipalities in terms of their own public participation process on legislation. The Community Development Worker Program also provides that assistance. So we do have an MOU with Provincial Parliament. In relation to the Tusong program, so the honourable member, the question that you raised, I think it arises on page 33. That's the SDIP, which for compliance, we are required to give indication around Batupili component. But perhaps let me answer this question a little bit broader. One, under the Tusong program, we've got Tusong service centers, and those centers are owned by municipalities, where the services are then provided by the various departments, partners in the Tusong center. And then we've got Tusong outreaches. On the Tusong outreaches, as a department, we are the coordinators on that component, where we bring the whole of government. We have a schedule where the whole of government, across the three spheres of government, and our other partners outside government, that we go to the most remote areas in terms of ensuring that there's access to services. So in the outreaches, during that particular outreach, we do have our own systems where the members of the public are able to provide feedback on how they felt around how they were treated in the service. So even though it says complaints complement system, so we're saying for the sake of what the SDIP is asking for, that we do have complaints systems and the complement systems at the Tusong centers, and they are there. So we're not saying that there were no complaints. So during the outreaches, mostly we get compliments because it depends on the service that that particular member of the public is looking for. So we then have a feedback system at the end from the provincial, from the government side, but also from the members of the public. So in general, we get compliments around the service that we provide. The same applies in the municipality. So the municipality, because there's the various services, whether it be SASA or Home Affairs, that is housed at the Tusong Center. So that particular department will have its own complaint system or register in terms of compliments. And that's why we're saying in the SDIP that within each Tusong Center, there is an indication where people can either provide a compliment or complain around the service itself. We're not saying we didn't receive any during the financial year. If anything, we have quite a lot of compliments. The program, if I can boast, Chair, the program, you remember that I've indicated that National Department has twice have Tusong Awards. In 2019, we were the best coordinator out of the 9 provinces on the coordination of the Tusong program. Our municipalities received a number of awards, whether it be on partnerships or how they roll out the program. Also, when we had similar awards in the past year, our municipalities also did quite well, and the department, we were recognized, our official was recognized as the one person who's made a huge difference over the program. So we're doing quite well on the Tusong program because we take it to heart, that it speaks to our residents who are at the remote areas who need access to key government services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those responses. And I think the issue of public participation is a very, very important one. I mean, I think from a local government perspective in particular, I mean, one doesn't want ward committees to become tick box exercises. You want communities to be empowered, and it's good to see that is taking place. And we want you to boast. That's we're all very proud of the achievements of the Western Cape, and we want to hear not only where there are challenges, but certainly where we are exceeding and streaking ahead of other provinces, certainly. Okay, we had, okay, let me work this out. We got follow-up questions. Do we have anybody who hasn't asked a question yet? Wessels, Van Wyk, you covered? All right, so we had follow-up questions from Member Constable and Member Stoffel, I think. Yes, and then Member Murray will take your follow-up question afterwards. Member Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Just on this is not a question, but just on the public participation and the support of this programs to municipalities. As a previous speaker, I can say they're doing a very good job assisting municipalities in the processes of making sure that ward committee systems and everything is working on the ground. So yeah, they're doing a good job on that side. Chair, on page 57. I think it's with regards to disaster management. For the first time, the department included taxi strikes and violence as a disaster requiring readiness and response plan.
Sorry, Member Constable, are you logged on by any chance on your
No,
computer?
I'm not.
I'm trying to work out what this ringing is. It seems to just be coming from your mic.
Miskien praat ek te hard.
Yeah, I don't think that's the problem.
Ek sal 'n bietjie terugsit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit back. Okay, that should be fine. Yeah.
All right. So for the first time, taxi violence and strikes are part of the disaster requiring and readiness response plan. Can the department maybe elaborate on the reasons for this inclusion and provide detail on what measures are in place given an increase in taxi strikes violence and in the province? Second question on that same page, I note that we include Bergrivier also as part of additional funding. The vulnerability of assessment conducted. What criteria was led to the inclusion of Bergrivier municipality and the Western Cape province being selected for the disaster risk review? So let me finish, otherwise I will miss out on this. I want to, let me see on the discussion, previous discussion with regards to fire services and disasters in municipalities. I note there was a discussion, and this is on page 67, Chair. There was a previous discussion, MEC, in Central Karoo with regards to the combination of the fire services within the district municipality. Is that still ongoing, or is that discussion off the table? Just to understand where we're going with fire services, specifically in the central Karoo, because there's a problem of the B municipalities attending to fire specific in areas, municipal areas. last question, and I think part of it was answered already by Marius with regards to the spending on grant funding with regards specifically to water services. The water, and we know that municipalities, according to this, underspent on this and ask for rollovers. So have the rollovers request improved, or is it still the same? Does municipality still ask? If yes, have the funds been committed to appropriate projects? And what support will the department provide to ensure funds are effectively spent in the current financial year? And why does municipality, specifically on projects such as water, which is a big problem, why are they still not spending the money in that specific time frame? Thank you, Chair.
Member Stoffel.
Chair, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine is only 3 follow-up questions. The first one, I will refer to the HOD and MEC pertaining traditional affairs within the province, the desk. Last week, we have a very hot discussion within the same house around the issue of traditional indigenous groups within the province. And I think it will be the second time now in my time whereby the desk is reporting to us to say, not in so many words, but it's how I conclude on it, to say, this desk is on an ad hoc basis. It's been dealt in an ad hoc basis. The department must correct me if because I've heard what the member have said there. They said, if they can pay him for that, the work can maybe change. If said it here. So to you, through you, Chair, MEC, can we maybe put some emphasis in this desk? Whether we like it or not, we are living with those people here in the province, and those people need our attention as a province, whether we like it, without politicizing anything here. We should have progress on that desk, a serious progress. And I'm not sitting here trying to gain, because on a daily basis, those rights of those people being violated in our areas. In our areas, the municipalities don't know how to deal with those indigenous people. They don't know. And this thing is affecting their human rights and so on and so on. So I'm appealing to through you, Chair, if we can maybe divert that statement into a productive statement whereby we as a department, we start to do efforts. There's no way Eastern Cape got a traditional council, but Western Cape don't have. There's no way Free State got, KwaZulu-Natal got, all these provinces, but very funny in the Western Cape, icon. So somewhere we have to go in a very deep way within this issue and try to address this issue and try to bring government to board with this issue. Because we cannot be confronted by our people in this fashion. It's wrong. Last week, this place was packed by those people. And all to find out no one is recognizing them. So somehow, national should play the part, province should play the part. Then the second one is that, am I safe? Oh. The second one, Chair, is that, okay. The second one, Chair, is in terms of public participation. You know, this is very close to my heart because I want the people in the Western Cape, they must know what the Western Cape Parliament is doing. They must know. And through the system that we have, Oscar Nomaseva was well MEC. This public participation at some municipalities has been politicized. And the same speaker or mayors that the invite from this parliament is referred to is not transparent with his council. Because for these past public hearings that we have, you will find the councils doesn't know about these public participations. And even the areas where we are holding these public participations. You know, when you deal with public participation, you always look for the center of a town where each and everyone can flock in from all directions. But if Father, we are putting it there somewhere in the boss where no one knows what is happening. And that's not a good picture for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Without politicizing now. I'm not talking for the African National Congress. I'm talking as a member of this parliament. Because we don't expand our public participation. We keep it in the municipality, and that municipality can do as they wish with that information. That's either they give it or not. So I'm going to refer it back to the MEC and the HOD. How do we hold the responsible person responsible for a failure that can cost the Western Cape Parliament a lot of money at the end of the day? So I just wanted to be clarified around it. Is there a way the Western Cape Parliament, the department can hold those specific councils responsible for that if it goes to a court, that specific cost? And then the last one is that in terms of the Tusong centers, the Tusong Center is there for our people to comfort them or to make it easy for them to be to go to the various departments or access to resources. Now, we are sitting with Tusong centers where various departments is making use of the Tusong centers. And one of that was to enhance with the revenue of that specific municipality. Please correct me, because if a department make use of this Tusong center, maybe an office or so, I don't think it's free mahala. The department must assist me. I don't think it's free mahala. Was there some instances where these various departments don't adhere to the agreement between the municipality and the specific department in terms of compensating for the venue that they are using? Because in most municipalities, you will find that
Sorry, Member Stoffer, I don't want to cut you short, but if you can maybe just try wrap up the question, because I know there's some other members who also want to ask, and we're running out of time.
We have, last week it was Pero, we couldn't interrogate. Now,
Member, I'm not suggesting you
allow
can't.
us.
Member, I'm not suggesting you can't interrogate.
Allow
It's
us.
just that this particular question.
Chair, please.
Sorry,
So if there
sorry,
is-
Member Stoffel, I'm calling you to order now, please. I'm
To
asking,
allow
member, I'm calling you to order. I'm asking a very simple request. If we can just try wrap up the questions. I'm not preventing you from asking. I'm just saying this has gone on for quite a long time, and there are other members who also want to ask questions. So I'm just asking if you can wrap it up. That's all. All right. Thank you.
So is there maybe any instances of that kind that the department that the municipalities have reported to the department, and what was the actions from the department to that? Thank you.
Thanks very much. For the next round, I note we had member Marais and member Wessels who would like to ask questions. Just a reminder, we will be breaking in 20 minutes for coffee and tea. Minister Bradell and HOD.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the follow-ups. Let me just touch on the firefighting services because it's going around. We're not going to decide where to place the decision must be where can we get the best service at the best price for the citizens. So the B's and C's must come up with that between them. The Karoo is going to be difficult with the distances because then the Central Karoo will need to have a firefighting service in each town. Otherwise, they can't centralize that system. Otherwise, I mean, your response time, it's quick. So I think smaller vehicles in the towns. But at the end of the day, it's how we can make the financial model work for all of us. I know a couple of municipalities have tried with the West Coast district, but if they take the function to the district, it tripled the price and then it cannot happen. Because currently as we've built this system over the years, I think the system is much better than 10 years ago. I think Colin and the team can say 102 vehicles we've put out, 110 to municipalities, and we'll keep on that program. Just keep on building and building the system. In the meantime, you must also build your corridors, like your N1 corridor and your N2 corridors, N7 with hazmat teams, because there's a lot of dangerous material that's been moved by trucks, petroleum, etc., chemicals, etc. So you need to have specialized teams to deal with that if there's an accident. So it's not a simple solution to that. Sorry. Yeah. So just to deal with that one, Colin can deal with the rest. I think what has happened over the years also, that's crucial, Honourable Member Stoffel, on public participation. Municipalities and us in Parliament, the legislature must realise that if we don't get public participation right, we're going to take a hiding in the courts. There's clear direction from the courts what they expect from public participation. It's not a wishy-washy. It's not. People must understand what you present. You must do it within their language, etc., etc. So there's a big burden on us, a big responsibility on our shoulders to get the message to the public, so that they can really feel that they're part of this process. I think that is what Craig and his team are doing with ward committees. Now, we must also be careful, Chair, that sometimes you build the system on success. That's what I believe. So you take the municipalities to get it right, and you just keep on building onto that system. But we must not focus 80% of our time on 10% of the municipalities who don't get it right, because then we're going to fall off on the other 80%, and we need to keep on. And it's important because we discuss these court cases. The Khoisan one was one. We discuss it with the municipalities so that they can understand it's coming to you. And if you get it wrong, more and more now also the courts lean towards a cost order against the councillors, and that's also going to bite them. So even if you finish your term, the legal arm will get you. It takes time, so it's important that we do talk to these things. It's important that the lessons learned. I've unfortunately picked up on the last round that the Parliament has done in municipalities that there was problems. I think we need to get that into kind of a more formal complaint and then call in the leadership of that municipality. But that's through Parliament. I will talk to the Speaker's office to see if we can assist. How can we assist? Because it's really important from where I said that we do get it right. I think then they will also make Craig's life a bit easier to understand the importance of ward committees. I've always been, and you will, from day one, and you can see both of us getting grayer and grayer. Both of us maybe around about 20 years in this space. I've always said to the municipalities, what I don't understand is I think that your first meeting should be a ward committee meeting in the month. The minutes of the ward committees should form the basis of the agenda of your standing committees in the council, and the minutes of that should form the basis of your council agenda or the mayoral committee. And then you have a cycle of meetings. It sometimes sounds simple, but it seems like it's very difficult to land that in the municipal space. But the importance of public participation, you're spot on. And we need to talk and see how we can learn and build that on best practices. Okay. Colin?
Thank you, Minister. Chair, just on the taxi incident, the planning for taxi violence. So although we do not involve ourselves as disaster management in security matters, every type of security conflict situation does have a humanitarian aspect. We see that in conflicts all over the world, that people end up suffering and need to be taken care of. And your security process doesn't really look after that. So what we found with the previous taxi strike that happened, people couldn't get to work, healthcare workers couldn't get to hospitals, food was running out. It was not that there was a shortage of food, there was a shortage of packers, there was a shortage of staff to work in areas. And we then realized that a number of things were happening. Hospitals and clinics could not function properly. The supply chain for basic needs were not being followed. And we developed a plan actually during that incident whereby we would be able to support all these operations, be it ensure safe passage for people in critical positions to and from work, to ensure that supply chains were running. And we've brought in a whole number. One of our biggest role players there is the Consumer Goods Council. And we have then, what we decided to do from that was to develop a pre-plan. So if ever we get in a situation like that, we don't get to day 3 or 4 before we're in trouble. We can actually do that proactively. So we actually did do it proactively last month when the routes were closed. Fortunately, it did not get to that, but we did put that plan in place. So it's a plan that we really have just to make sure that government business continues through that period, that people are able to receive life-supporting medicines and that people can get to food and that our clinics and our hospitals can operate. And then also additional things like special needs children having to get to schools. You have to arrange a special type of transport for that. So it's got a lot of components, but that's the reason that we have the plan in place. That's what we've worked together. I think Minister Bradell has covered the Central Karoo. If I may, Chair, I just want to ask Mr. Nabil Rylands, our Director of Risk Reduction, to respond to the risk reduction profiles. Thanks.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Chairperson. Just with regards to the Berg River disaster risk assessment. So as a province, we put a lot of emphasis on developing our disaster risk profiles for the province. Ultimately, these underpin all our disaster activities within the province so that we ensure that we undertake everything from a risk-informed perspective. Right? So we got a request from Bergrivier Municipality in 2023 to support them in updating and sort of reviewing their disaster risk assessment. It was last updated in 2014, 2015. So it is kind of outdated. We agreed to support them, and in collaboration with the West Coast District Municipality, the municipality itself, as well as our staff members, we undertook the process. Thank you.
Chairperson, I want to just ask Marius is on the water, the grants, and then Albert on the Khoisan, and then Nazuka is on the Dosang centers.
Okay, Honourable Chair and Member Constable. With the water resilience grant, only 6 of the 14 municipalities requested a rollover. In most of these cases, the rollovers were minimal compared to the total allocation. The only ones that stood out that's problematic is Knysna and Kannaland. And we're aware of the situation in those 2 municipalities. And from this year going forward, we've included additional stipulations within the transfer payment agreement, where in the during planning stages until the contractor or service provider is appointed, we're going to meet with the MM and the CFO and the engineer on a monthly basis, face to face, to make sure that because that's normally where the problem comes with the supply chain. Things are just not getting done in time. And then as soon as we go into the construction phase, then it would be technical engagements with the municipalities, engineers and our engineers. And I'm sure that with bringing in that additional mitigation measure, we're going to reduce even the number of rollover requests going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think it would be important at some point that I can provide a bit of a presentation to this committee when it comes to a process around the recognition, be it of traditional leaders or of Khoisan leadership, because it is a process that is legislated. In the other 8 provinces, there is traditional leaders which have been recognized. And that came through an APO commission that did the investigation. And those leaders as well, they have to go through a recognition process. In the Western Cape, the APO commission also did a similar investigation, but at that time recognized that there was no existence of traditional leadership in the Western Cape. So they would trace it back. Now, which is why we currently have the process and the renaming of the legislation, which was then the Traditional Leadership Framework Act, which then became Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. That was then to begin to recognize the Khoisan communities and leaders. But there's a process that needed to be followed, because we're not talking here about the Western Cape issue, but we're talking about the national issue, where the legislation, where National is a custodian of that legislation. Now, if you look at the legislation, before it was, came back as a bill, it gives particular responsibility to the province. And it says the province must provide administrative and financial support to recognized leadership, meaning that they need to be recognized prior to doing that. Now, there are a couple of areas in terms of how do you then begin to support them. Now, I keep on saying in the Western Cape at the present moment, in terms of the legislation, we do not have recognized traditional or Khoisan leaders. However, you have the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport that will then begin to speak to to issues of cultural, affairs issues. So I think it is around that. Yes, the Eastern Cape, you do have the provincial, the National House of Leadership, but that is only informed by the recognition in terms of how many, traditional leaders have been recognized. Then you can begin to think about that. At this particular stage in the province, we cannot speak about that. Me saying that I'm not paid, if I could be paid in that, it does not mean that I'm not doing the work. I am doing the work, but I'm performing dual role, given that I'm on the areas of policy, and which is why you see that minimal expenditure in that particular directorate. But it does not mean that I'm not doing the work. I think it clears it up. Thank you.
Chair, mine is quite brief. On the two-song outreaches, whenever a department would like to make use of a hall so that we can assist for the logistics to be able to have their outreach, there is a nominal fee that each municipality will charge for that. In some instances, they'll give it for free, and in some instances, it will be a nominal fee. But the member's question, Honorable Member Stoffel's question relates to the outreaches, to the centers. So for the centers, the department provides assistance to municipalities. As one of the support that we provide to municipalities, we assist municipalities to be able to enter into lease agreements, especially when the center is either still new or we still, so right in the beginning when we had new centers, so we assist them to be able to have lease agreements with those particular departments. And once the lease now each department may indicate what is it that they require. So they'll indicate how much square meters that they're looking for. And then so that kind of conversation around how do you charge and. So we assist, we've assisted municipalities on that. Once the lease is there, then it becomes a contractual agreement between that department. So if it's Home Affairs or it's SASSA, it becomes a contractual agreement then between SASSA and the municipality. And then the finance component will then deal with those issues. We have not had, municipalities have not indicated to us that there are issues around payment of leases between the departments. But what we do, what Abigail, as the person responsible in an acting capacity does, is to also, we go to Tusong centers, and we also, as part of our functionality assessment, we check the condition of the center. So there is a platform where the people who are utilizing those government departments that are utilizing the center, if there are issues around occupational health and safety, for instance, or they're asking for additional space where it's possible, then we will then once again, as part of the support on the leases, we will then once again enter and see how do we facilitate that particular process. But to answer you directly, we have not received any specific complaints where municipalities are saying we are not being paid, but we continue to provide that support. And we also inspect, maybe inspect is the tough word, is a strong word. We do conduct assessments to make sure that the Tusong centers are functional.
Thank you for those responses. Colleagues, we are due to break for coffee in 5 minutes' time. But before we do so, I would like to welcome the delegation of constituents from the Bergrivier municipality. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to have you. Just so you're aware, we are in the process of interrogating the annual reports for local government from the period 2024 and 2025. And we have seated on this side all of our officials and the Minister Anton Bredell. And on this side, we have the members of Provincial Parliament, whose job it is to interrogate the information in the annual report and ask lots of questions, which they are doing a great job of today. We are now going to take a short break for 10 minutes. Members and officials will go and have a cup of coffee in the members' dining hall, and we may see you afterwards. If not, then good luck for the rest of your endeavors. Colleagues, we will then adjourn and be back at 11:10. Thank you. All right, we've got Member Constable then.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know we've dealt we've dealt with the vacancy rate and the appointments and stuff, but in this section, I also saw there's a section called utilization of consultants. I just need to understand, whilst we have the vacancy rates and we have the problems of appointments and stuff, yet we appoint consultants with huge amounts of money. I just need to understand why. And we, as a provincial government, we always tell municipalities to not to appoint a lot of consultants in their space, yet we're doing the same. Why are we still having consultants and not appoint people, skilled people in that specific areas of competency? I'm looking at 3 or 4 consultants with lots of, I don't want to mention their names here, but it's, if you look at the hourly rate that we pay to them, I mean, it's astronomisch, as die mooi Afrikaanse woord kan gebruik. Is astronomisch dat consultants so baie geld vat van onze regering en onze unemployment rate is so hoog en ons sukkel om skilled mense in te trek. As ek miskien 'n clarity op dit kan kry, Chairperson, en net vir ons kan laat verstaan, because verlede jaar het ons dieselfde vraag gevra, ek dink mobility dieselfde probleem. Just an explanation, why are we doing this? Why are we not appointing people with that specific skills? Paying a person per hour 1,200 rand per hour. I mean, that's not, is that the right way to go? Het ons regtig waar nie daai tipe van skills om in te koop vir minder as daai bedrag nie? I'm just asking that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Constable. Do we have anybody else who wants to ask a question this round? Member Stoffel? Sorry, can you just put your mic on, Member Stoffel? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, and mine is on page 95. I will also couple it with my question. When it comes to employee wellness, and then also people's management monitoring. I want to be clarified in terms of people management monitoring. Does that refer to the employees of the department, or does that refer to just people outside the department? Because now doesn't indicate in terms of the heading. But if you look into what is written there, is that it's more concentration on employees. But the heading is saying people. And it can confuse a bit. It can confuse a bit. I want us to be specific. When we deal with employees, we deal with employees. And when we deal with the public, then we must be specific to say we deal with the public. And then my question there is that the department, in collaboration with the departments of the Premier, is monitoring the implementation of a range of people's management compliance indicators. So what is these indicators? What are we talking about when we talk about the indicators there? And the second question is that in terms of the the Premier's involvement within the monitoring of that, it also gives the leniency that whatever decision is there, it can be overruled by the Premier. Office, to me, it cannot be a trench mesh, but as a person who's not working directly with the staff. So hence, I wanted to be clarified in terms of what are we meaning when we talk about people's management monitoring. And then you obvious, it will also influence it will also touch on the wellness of employees, of whose wellness of employees within the same department. Then, Chair, we go to 114, page 114. Employee performance, table 3.8.1, notch progression by salary band, and then the highest rate of notch progression, it's 64.5 of employees, but no performance rewarded to austerity measures. So how does the department ensure that notch progression reflect actual performance? And what is the impact of not awarding performance bonuses of staff morale and retention? Remember, we have earlier on, Chair, we have spoken about these things to say, how do we retain our staff? How do we promote the Western Cape provincial parliaments? How do we make it attractive for people to apply to the parliament? So if we cannot even award our staff, I'm not saying it's the case, I'm just making an example. How will people come and work for us? How? So I think I will pause there, Chair, for now.
Thank you very much, Member Stoffel. Minister and HOD. Just microphone, yeah.
Yeah, so Honourable Chairperson, thanks for the question. So if you look at the utilization of consultants, it's primarily funding that we get that's for goods and services, to buy additional capacity and capability. The ideal would be, and these consultants are normally sort of once-off amounts. Personnel expenditure is recurring, and I would prefer that we actually get recurring funding so that we can actually boost the internal capacity of the ministry of the department. So we've now received funding for where we need to improve the capacity around governance, engineers, and disaster management in the form of a rapid response where we can actually get additional capacity in, and then when there's challenges in municipality, we can deploy these staff. And my preference is that we use that money not for consultants, because it's once off, it's just this year, but actually appoint staff internally on the organizational structure. So we've gone that route, and there was an option to fill some of the unfunded posts without going through a job evaluation process. But in relation to these consultants, you will see, Honourable Chairperson, is for aerial firefighting. We don't have helicopters. We don't have that equipment in the department. So that is being outsourced via a company. We've also got challenges now with the national department, to what extent they can actually give us the working on fire, and we are increasingly under additional challenges. And then, Honourable Chairperson, there's the use of geohydrologists to look at water augmentation initiatives and so on, the skill and competence. We can hardly attract engineers and hold engineers on a contract basis. So if we petition the provincial treasury and say, give us a funding, and the geohydrologist was also, Maris will say, is a special skill. that we buy in and to help municipalities with water augmentation initiatives, the abstraction rates of boreholes and so on. So while I'll ask perhaps Colin and Marius to explain, if we can have the funding for that, which is reoccurring year on year for an increase the headcount and increase the COE, that will be my preference because it creates stability in the organization and creates some permanency in the organization. Just in relation to the people monitoring, management monitoring, Chairperson, except health and education, our HR matters are being dealt with by the Department of the Premier, the CSC. So there is an agreement between the Department of the Premier and our department that they will do all the related stuff, not only in HR, but there's risk management and so on. So we are dependent on the Department of the Premier, the CSC, to give us information around, otherwise we would have monitored ourselves. But so they give us at regular intervals, give us what is the trends within the department. And if we look at page 95, the indicators, it includes inter alia staff establishment information, headcount, people, expenditure projections, sick leave patterns, monetary value of annual leave credits, discipline cases, vacancy rate, staff movement and employment. And that's just a number of indicators which the Department of the Premier then gives us on a regular basis. And so it doesn't relate to people, but it relates on the aspects of the internal staff within the department. Just on the performance bonuses, Chairperson, let's also see page 114.
111.
The table is 3.8.
Sorry, just hang on 1 second. Sorry, Member Stoffel, can you just pop your mic off there? Thanks so much.
Just the 3.8. So just out of the employment performance. So can I just say, just by way of introduction on the performance bonuses. So the provincial top management in 2019 and 20 took a decision that no performance bonuses would be paid to any staff member in the Western Cape, in any department. So on an annual basis, staff, given their performance, would qualify for a performance bonus, but they no longer get a performance bonus. The national government, the national department, DBSA, has then subsequently also issued a circular, the DBSA, in relation to the incentive framework, and said there will be 0 performance bonuses paid to any staff member in the government. So it's not only for the Western Cape, it's in relation to all 9 provinces. In the provincial government and national government, nobody qualifies for a performance bonus in terms of monetary value or incentive. We used to get it. Staff members don't get it now. And I know the Western Cape government, the Department of the Premier, because they are responsible for us, they are now looking at a non-financial incentive framework. How do we recognize and acknowledge the work that officials are doing that has performed highly effective? And what is that? So the Department of the Premier is now busy with that for some time, and that will actually do that. What we also have on this page is actually the pay progression. So when a staff member gets a 3 and above, they qualify for pay progression. In other words, they go from a particular notch where they are now, they can progress to another notch if their performance were effective. And if it's highly effective, there is a possibility that it can go actually 2 notches above that. So And it's difficult. I mean, people are saying, but we don't get a performance bonus in government. They are saying, well, in a municipality, if I go work at a municipality, and firstly, the salaries are much higher. And secondly, I'm guaranteed of a 14% performance bonus in a municipality. And so that is why one means where we lose. So this page, Honorable Chairperson, reflects both the performance of the employers in relation to performance bonuses, but also the pay progression. So you will see here out of table 381 that 65% of officials got a pay progression. Out of the 358, 231. So sometimes not all officials qualify because they're on probation, or they haven't gone through a cycle, or the performance are not what it should be in relation to that. And then on 38.2, you find the critical occupation. So you will see disaster management, engineering, technologist, ICT, management, and supply chain, and those are some of the critical posts. So, I mean, we must be mindful that although staff is not remunerated for their performance, there's other incentives. So, I mean, what is possible in a hand? So if there is training opportunities, we allow the staff to go to keep the staff motivated. If there's maybe an overseas trip, like Hans Seidel has now again asked us for 2 individuals to accompany them in Germany and so on. We provide that opportunity for staff. And we do the small little things, maybe to release the staff early, to give kind of incentives. But it is a problem because government officials no longer get performance bonuses as it was in the past. Thank you, Chairperson.
Do we have any other inputs on that? No? I see Mr. Diner, you wanting to raise something on Mr. HOD?
No,
through you?
HOD just asked to
Yep.
maybe, and Marius. So just as far as the aerial support is concerned, so we made a decision a couple of years ago because of the fact that up until possibly, I think 2015, 16, we were reliant on the Working on Fire program. And that's a national tender where they provide the resource. Now, unfortunately, in South Africa, we do not have enough aerial resources to place in a province permanently. So we have the one advantage that when the summer season in the Western Cape is our dry season, and the winter season up north is their dry season. So we actually share resources. So the resources that we will have here from the 1st of December until the end of March, then go up to the north, and then they fight fires there, and then we swing around. We are keeping a number of aircraft here in the meantime because we have had fires break out, and also because of the fact that we don't really have access to any Air Force resources. We've actually used those resources for rescue work and disaster management work as well. But the reason also that we have done this is when we are reliable on working on fire, we're reliable on availability. And the policy of the province is to respond to a wildfire as soon as possible within the first 10 minutes. And we have had a very high successful rate. 95% of the fires that we respond to, we actually control within the first hour. And that's critical when you've got the huge, what we call urban-rural interface in the province, where you've got so many people living either in informal settlements or in really upmarket areas so close to nature. So that's why we have the contract in place. We have first call to those resources, and we are able to respond them quickly. Unfortunately, the costs are high. They link very much to the fuel costs as well. So it's a continuing kind of big expense that we have to go through. But the alternative would be disastrous. Thank you.
Thanks.
Honourable Chair and then honourable members, the question on why are we appointing geodrologists as consultants versus employing these specialists? This is an extremely highly specialist field, and they're also using specialized equipment that we do not have. And in the case of the geodrologists that we've appointed, they've got sub-consultants under them, because in most cases, these geodrologists are very much area-specific in terms of the knowledge of that specific geohydrology and groundwater in that specific area. So if we had to appoint them, I would have had to appoint, say, 4 of them. Somebody that is familiar with the geology of the West Coast, Central Karoo, Golden Route, and the Overberg area. And we are also not using them 100% of the time. So if it was like 100% of the time, that is normally why you justify, then you will employ full-time people rather than consultants. They are brought in and out as and when required. At the moment, since the strategy is focusing in diversification of our water sources, there is a need for them to work more than on an ad hoc basis. You would see that from the number of hours that you've picked up here in the report. And then another thing is the rates that they are getting paid for is that of the professional bodies that they are registered with. So that is what they will charge. And then if I had to employ them, I would have had to employ them at the rates offered by government. And then for the same reason why I can't keep my chief engineers is just because we as government cannot afford those rates. So they won't apply for the job.
Thanks very much. Mr. Dana, just on the helicopters, I was lucky enough to go to the screening of a documentary that was put together on the helicopter pilots that fly in those old Hueys from the Vietnam War, some of them. And they were very complimentary about the Western Cape government and the involvement of the Western Cape government in the program. And one of the things that they mentioned quite specifically was the period right at the beginning when the fires start that is covered by government funding. I assume that's something that will continue and there's no potential threat to that coverage.
Yes, Chair. So if I could maybe really quickly explain the way that came about was initially the idea was that we gave each district municipality, because wildfire sits with the districts and the metros, that we gave them funding. But then they were very much on their own. They had to go and get their own service providers, and it was not a lot of money. We then decided around 2014 to bring all that money together into a single pot that allowed us to negotiate for better prices. But what we found was a fire officer would go out to a fire and not call aerial resources because of its cost, and then delay and delay and delay. And by the time they call the aerial resources in, it's way too late, and you're spending 10, 12 hours, possibly even a day, almost running into millions for the same fire. So what we did is we went into an agreement with the municipalities, and we said, if you call us, but a lot of it also comes from the risk assessment we've done. So if it's a high risk area in terms of density, infrastructure, etc., if you call us in the first 10 minutes of that fire breaking out, we will send you an aircraft at no cost for the first hour. And then we'll try and control it in the first hour. After the first hour, if we don't need aerial resource anymore, we'll withdraw. If it is needed, it's then for your account. And that's been working. We call it our rapid attack program. It really has worked well over the years. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mr. Dana. Member Masipa, we've got Member Constable and Member Marais. So I'm going to take Member Masipa and Member Marais first, and then we'll come back for another set of follow-ups. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think pretty much my first question was covered, but I also just want to say that I was wondering what innovative non-financial support are you providing, to your staff as a result of not being able to receive bonuses and so forth. But I think you covered, but also really commend you on the clean audits and service delivery and all the, the work in terms of ensuring that the morale of the staff is really good all the times. But let's turn to page 119. And I know that we are dealing with your department here. I just want to know on 119 to the department, does it have designated specific staff to promote health and well-being of your employees? I just, there's a report over the weekend that talked about the mental challenges. Obviously, suicide is one of the mental challenges that was cited. The City of Cape Town having initiatives in terms of really supporting those people with the challenges. I just want to know if the municipalities have got capacity, obviously, to deal with mental wellness of the employees as such. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Member Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want my questions pertain to page 98 to 10 to page 102. Now, I just want to know in terms of the engineers, I see there is a 44.4%, if I have it correct, page 98. Let me get it, yeah. Am I correct? Let me just get there. Page 99.
Yes, correct.
Thank
Bottom
you
of
so
page
much. Thank you,
99.
sir. I wanted to know, in terms of the engineers, to which degree is the vacancy persistent due to BEE requirements? Is it a shortage of engineers, or is it a shortage of a specific race engineer? Perhaps I just want to know if you could unpack that for me. And then in terms of the time period in which that vacancy, I know you measured over a period of a year, but are there some of them that have been vacant for more than a year of those positions? And then in terms of the succession plan, has the department built a succession plan pipeline perhaps, or is that not possible because of the regular resignations? I see the resignations is at 57.5% on page 102. It's quite high for resignations. So the percentages for, I think, for salary is much lower reasons when you look at reasons for leaving. So in terms of that, do we have a succession plan in place? And then the training that we provide to these to the employees, is there something built into the contract where they are required to remain in the position for a minimum period of time after having completed certain training? Just wanted to know if there is an answer for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Minister and HOD.
So, Chairperson, coincidentally, on Friday was Mental Health Day, which was celebrated. And today, this afternoon, we've got in a PTM a detailed program around mental health, because we also realize, I mean, in the absence of financial rewards and the additional workload that staff needs to carry, it creates stress and it creates questions around mental health. So we obviously need to look at that and how do we facilitate that process. Municipalities, I'm not sure, Sandra, whether you will be able to just direct whether municipalities have. I would assume that they do have capability to deal with the mental health issues. Just in terms of the engineers, I think Maris and Sandra can also come in. It's extremely difficult because we've got little funding for permanency. There's just 1 or 2 or 3 of the engineering positions that we have permanent, and those are filled. Where we struggle is actually to retain the engineers that is on contract. we just struggle. It's not. It's. I mean, I don't know how otherwise to tell you that we are struggle, and some leave before the year is completed. Whether that's a year contract and so on, they just leave. And if you look at recently, there has been a release from, I think, the Engineering Council of South Africa, where they say that the amount of engineers, qualified engineers, are actually decreasing, while the number of technologists are actually increasing. If you look on a horizon over a number of years, that in South Africa, the number of engineers are actually decreasing. The argument is some people, they go overseas, they go abroad for better opportunities and so on. And I think if there's one area that we are struggling with, it's around the filling of positions of the engineers. We've also went to knock on the door of the Department of Infrastructure, because they're also dealing with large projects and housing projects and so on, to see whether they can they've got engineering, and Marius can talk about a learnership program, and whether we can actually get some of those engineers into the department, which they will pay, and then help us with some of the work that we need to do in municipalities. Against that background, Chairperson, although there's a succession initiative in relation to the workforce plan, having a succession plan in relation to the contract positions is extremely difficult. I mean, if you look at the exits, I mean, 2 of our staff members left for the Eastern Cape for a permanent position. There's some of the staff in Marius' section have gone to the city of Cape Town for permanent positions. And I mean, they do interact with the city of Cape Town. City of Cape Town get familiar with the competence in the skill and the capability. This post and the guys apply, and you don't want to stand in people's way that have ambition, and they rather prefer the permanent position. So we really at our wits end around just getting permanence in relation to the engineering capacity. Perhaps Marius can allude some of the struggles, and the 50% chairperson on page 102 is around because that's a critical skill, and that is how the engineers find permanent employment. Marius, not sure whether you want to add additional information.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Member. Thank you for that question, because very close to my heart, because I've got to get work done and really struggling to get people. But as HOD is saying, the contract positions that they've created for us for specifically driving the water resilience and the energy resilience program is not working at all for us. Of those I had counted here, and they're not here, these ones in the annual report is the permanent post. Of the 11, 6 of them have resigned, and the rest are busy resigning because their contracts are coming to an end in March. So it is just, it's understandable. You can't keep the people. And some of them, like HOD indicated, they are moving to City of Cape Town. Sometimes in certain cases, yes, for higher salary, but in certain cases, they're actually leaving for lower salaries, just for having permanency. Some of the people, especially your chief engineers, since they don't have the people that is supporting them. So in engineering, we've got a hierarchy, and you've got to have, for every one chief engineer, you've got a certain amount of technologistic technicians. Since they don't have that, they will even resign to become unemployed rather than to have a job, because it's unbearable to work with nobody helping you. In terms of the succession planning, is also not that easy. This is the OSD environment. And for each and one of these occupational groups, they've got a certain number of years of experience after registration. So in terms of the way that my organogram is structured, there's almost no way that from the lower positions, they will never be able to become a chief engineer. It's impossible. The technologists can never become, and not even the lowest level of production engineer. So it's succession planning is extremely difficult. The two permanent chief engineers, I think it's almost 2 years that I'm struggling to fill those posts. So you've got to apply or advertise 3 times. We go through the whole process, competency assessments, even sometimes up to the 4th alternate decline. Then you've got to start all over again. You've got to do that 3 times before you're allowed to headhunt. Even with the headhunting, I couldn't find the 3rd, 4th alternate just decline. And therefore, I'm not doing nothing about that since I've learned my lesson, and I've asked now that I abolish those chief engineer posts and I create posts where I know the chances of attracting people would be better. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think Member Maria asked quite a specific question just in terms of the impact of BEE. I don't know if that's been answered.
It's not at all a factor. Not a factor at all.
There we go. All right. What's that? Sorry, Member Masipa, what were you saying? Sorry, I can't hear you. Just put your microphone on.
Sorry, my question was still going to be answered by Sandra.
Okay, I'm not sure. I did ask. Ms. Dr. Cradle, are you going to be responding?
Yes, I can respond. In terms of the staff regulations, this is obviously an area that municipalities must focus on. We work very closely with SALGA in terms of the implementation of the staff regulations. We've not received any requests for support specific to this. So from where we're sitting at the moment, there is no challenge in municipalities with regard to this, but we could investigate if necessary.
Okay, so what you're saying is if there are instances like this, they should be brought to the attention of the department and can be followed up on then. All right, great. We had follow-up questions. I think it was Member Constable and Member Stoffel. Member Constable?
I'm thinking the question was answered by HOD Paulse and Mr. Brand. But I think there needs to be another discussion. So I would rather, when we go to resolutions, I would rather put it there.
Thank you, Member Constable. Noted. Member Stoffel, do you have an input or a follow-up question?
It's not a follow-up question, Chair. Can I proceed with my question? Thank you. Mine is on 105. 3.5, employment equity. If we go to it's table 5.3.1, if we go to senior management, that's level 13 to 14, you will see there's 10 in total. But if you look into the numbers, there's 1 African male, there's 2 colored males, 1 and so forth. And I think that was the problem even previous, to say the transformation of that level. Then you go to your, I'm not sure whether, I believe it's the junior level. You are sitting with the bulk of your employees on that levels. That is from 9 to 12 and 6 to 8. The bulk of employees is at that levels. And compared to senior level, And that gives me a conclusion to say that's senior levels. Hulle werk oortyd. If I look at that at this table, there's some of them who's doing the job, there's some who have to do extra jobs. It's not hearsay, it's what the table is saying. That's my conclusion on the table. Is there any reason for that? And then we go to page 106. In terms of the disabilities, people with disabilities, you look at the figures there, it's 5 males, 4 females. And then and then there's 1 foreign. Not sure when we talk about foreign there, what are we saying? Is it? Yeah. So my question is that really within the Western Cape, such a small amount of our people, whilst we are sitting with disability people in our areas with a lot of potential. I'm not sure whether the HOD and the department members of the department can correct me. It's on 106, page 106, table 3.5.2. And then when you read the conclusion there, it's saying it include permanent, part-time, and contract employees, but exclude interns. For such a big institution, it's worries me. And if you go and look into the senior management of this department, there's no, I'm not sure, please pardon me, I don't see any indication whether there is been a person with a disability being absorbed at that level. Please pardon me. So, yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I just want to check, does anybody else have any other further questions on this part? Okay, so these will be the last 2 questions to respond to. After that, we'll put that part and then have concluding remarks. Minister HOD?
So just on the composition of the senior management team, Honorable Chairperson, as indicated, we want to get the balance right between women and men on the senior management level, but we also want to get the race right. So in the department at the moment, and 26 will be at the last year of our equity plan, and we're working towards a target. So in the department currently, we've got an overrepresentation of African females and of colored females. And to a certain extent, we have that overrepresentation. But I agree with the honorable member, it's on senior management level where we need to work and correct it. The underrepresentation in the department is African males and colored males. So we must also work in this year and in 26 to try to influence the targets and so on. So currently, some of the delegations to appoint people in the department rest with me, while other levels sit with the chief directors. And many times, we normally advise that you go lower down the minimum level. Say if you just shortlisted 4 people, we say go lower down, maybe till 70% or 60% to include candidates that's targeted in the equity, so that you can also invite them for interviews and so on. And at times, they don't get a candidate from the targeted group. And then there must be a submission on why, what have you done, what are these initiatives, and explain why you couldn't. It's maybe the second time or the third time that we've gone through a recruitment process and so on, and then we take that into account. But we are quite aware, Honourable Chairperson, that we need first on the management level to create the correct balance, but also in relation to the other levels in the organization in line with the general equity plan. It creates additional pressure because while we're giving staff members at middle management level to then act in these positions, to give them the exposure and so on, so to learn and train and so on, to give them exposure so that they can also be in a position to apply for the post, so that we can also, as a strategy, bring some of our internal staff members through into the ranks of the senior level. Chairperson, just on disability. People, firstly on the disability, I mean, we are above the provincial benchmark. So we've got more people in the employ that's disabled or that's got disabilities than the provincial average. The provincial average is lower than ours, but it's also a preference by employers whether they want to disclose or not, whether they have disabilities. I know of people in the organization that have disabilities but prefer not to disclose it. So in the event, if they do disclose it, it will actually boost our target levels and so on. And I think from where we're sitting, we must respect the preferences of people not to disclose it. I mean, and I can tell you on different levels, there are officials in the department that have disabilities, but their preference is not to disclose it. Just on the foreign employee, so it is an engineer, it's a chief engineer by Marius. He's originally from Zimbabwe, but you're not allowed to employ foreign nationals, but they can only consider when they have actually permanent residence in South Africa. And Ensign does have residence in South Africa, and on that basis, we have employed him in the department with Marius as one of the chief engineers, Honourable Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other inputs in terms of that? No. All right. Okay, we then put part D, and that concludes the discussion on this section of the annual reports. The rest will be dealt with by the Public Accounts Committee later this afternoon. I just want to thank everybody for all of the inputs and to all of the officials for sitting through a bit of a marathon session and answering all of those questions thoroughly and giving us more insight into what's going on. Minister, I don't know if there's anything that you would like to say in closing from your side.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the team, and thank you to the Standing Committee. Your oversight role is crucial to the success of, I think, government in its totality. Just my plea is that everything happens in a context, and in the context where South Africa finds it now, it's in the financial crisis. So, yeah, obviously we will want to fight for more budget but you will sit, and most of you will sit on a lot of committees. So between health and education, and it's this balancing act that Treasury needs to land. So it's a very difficult and very complex system. Saying that, we understand where the oversight is coming from. We understand the critique is also coming from a good place. And at the end of the day, we want to make our country a better place for all. I was always coming from a small municipality. I always said to him, yes, we're a training school for the bigger municipalities, but we do it for South Africa. As long as the skills sits with us, the problem is those who leave the country. That's the problem. But we've tried a couple of things, didn't work in the past, and maybe we must go back to the drawing board also and look at our internship and our bursary schemes and how we can repackage that. Because if we can identify a child in matric who's got the ability to become an engineer, and with that municipality, we then partner and put them through a university with the conditions they go back and work there, and you do it every second year, Yes, the private sector will scoop them if they're good, but I think you will become a feeding source for the country at the end of the day. Currently, it struggles. Myself and the HOD and CFO, we've tried that, and the municipality said no, they want to engineer now. But if they started this program 5 or 8 years ago, we would have been there. So it's those kind of ideas that I think we must keep on pushing, although the first round has failed. But just from our side, thank you very much for your oversight role. We respect that and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm going to now allow the department to leave. And just to remind you, there will be lunch at 1 o'clock for everyone. So you're welcome to join us then. If you can try be as quick as possible and exit so that we can get on to the resolutions. Thanks so much. Sorry, Scopa has also asked if you could be back at 2:30. Yeah, thanks. So the environmental annual report, yeah, that's literally just been printed. That's why I also didn't get one. I said the same thing. So yeah, you weren't going mad. All right, colleagues. If we can then move on to resolutions in terms of the annual report. I know Member Constable has already mentioned that he has a resolution. So I've been asked to remind everybody that we should look at our resolutions or our actions in terms of the SMART principle, that they are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. It helps Mr. Kutsia a lot. All right. So yes, if we have any resolutions, requests for information or recommendations coming out of that annual report, obviously the last bit of it will be concluded by the Scopa later today. But in terms of what we've heard today, over to you. Maybe Member Constable, if you want to go first, then we've got Member Masipa.
Thanks. Chair, mine is based on the question I asked with regards to the utilization of consultants. So there's two resolutions that I want to put to the committee. The one is if the department can maybe supply us with a cost analysis with regards to money paid to consultants and what it will cost us to appoint that specific skill within the department, only this department, because other departments have their own thing. I just want to check whether we have.
So you're talking the consultants that are currently employed. Okay, so like the geohydrologists
Yes.
and all those things, and then the requisite cost on the other side. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's sensible.
Then the second part is if there can be a snapshot with regards to the reports of this consultants. It might not be a heavy report, but just on work done and what was the outcome of that specific project. Thanks.
I think that's fine. Colleagues, I don't think anybody has any objection to that request. No.
I
Member Masipa?
maybe no. I've got a different view, but
Well, we need to hear it. That's why we have a committee.
Yeah, I think my feel is that obviously the what you call the austerity measures inhibit them from obviously doing certain things. And consultancy, obviously, you know, it comes sometimes cheaper for department because it's not they're not contractually, you know, obligated for the next 20 years. They're obligated for project per project. So I do think that maybe the questions can be maybe rephrased to just see maybe requesting the value for money, but which particular, maybe just to be specific, which particular one, and then, you know, then they just address on that particular one. And then we can maybe do a follow-up question if there is, you know. I think that maybe if it's phrased in such a way that, you know, it's just value for money. And then when we look at that report in terms of value for money, if there is, you know, a need to explain or to really expand a little bit, then we can take it from there. What do you think?
Look, I don't think the two of you are saying anything that different. I think you both want to achieve the same thing, which is to know whether the statements that have been made by the officials can be vindicated in terms of actual statistics. So I think what we get back will show one way or the other.
Okay.
So I get what you're saying, but I think we can achieve the same thing by doing that. But as you say, maybe your wording, maybe we can add value for money component to that. Certainly. Okay, great.
Just on,
we had, just hang on. Yeah, no, hang on a second. You had one. Member van Wyk had one, and then I saw Member Stoffel. But you had a separate question, or was your a separate recommendation resolution, or was that in line with that one?
My resolution was what the doctor said, that she will find out on the health, you know, programs within the municipality, maybe request that report.
To ensure that
I mean, it's just to say that the municipalities have got their
that?
health program in place.
Got that, Member van Wyk, and then we'll take Member Stoffel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, you know, some of my comments here possibly a little bit philosophical in the sense that listening to and seeing what both Minister and HOD have spoken to us, and, you know, it's included in Minister's Forward and in the report of the accounting officer up front. And then on page 142, I've really broken up a number of, because they're talking about the same issues. And the question that I say to myself, to what extent can the department be more effective or try and ensure greater and better outcomes, particularly at municipal level? And that goes, you know, the one thread that goes through is this whole training of councillors, that councillors become more, or become better equipped to deal with the challenges that they have. Because it's only with good councillors that ultimately that municipality can perform in terms of the governance role that they have to play. So that, I think, is the one issue. And that then ties into this whole financial sustainability process that we are seeing what's coming through Ratings Africa. You know, the fact of the matter is that the municipalities that have done well, they've following particular set of guidelines that they're repeating every year. And, you know, we need to try and incorporate that into the thinking of municipalities. Then I think the third issue really goes and deals with a number of the projects, and they've been talking about water resilience, they're talking about energy resilience. And coupled to that, they talk about SIDAF. And if I perhaps just deal with SIDAF first of all, there's a lot of money that's been spent now on taking projects from feasibility to bankability. And my concern is there's a lot of money, donor money, that has come into this process, but it seems to be taking quite a long time. to make progress on it. Now, I know as a mayor, we started talking SIDAF probably in 2021. And the difficulty that municipalities have that are facing aging infrastructure challenges, and everyone is, our municipality had to make a decision then on how they were going to go forward in terms of our water and our wastewater needs. We couldn't wait for 3 or 4 years in the hope that the SIDAF would arrive. And that, you know, somewhere we need to, in a sense, speed up the process. And the message has to come across that we, you know, we can't prolong the exercise. The same happens in the energy space as in the water space that we're doing. So those, I think those are, you know, some of my thought process and what the department can do and how we can translate that into actual measurable outcomes.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think those are great inputs. I just want to find out, are there any of those, is there a way you can think maybe to distill some of that into either resolution or a request for input or a recommendation?
Yes, I think, you know, that's what I'm trying to figure out, how best we put it across, because I don't believe we should, you know, this is something we should be encouraging the department to try and do, is, you know, how do you translate the work that they are doing into something successful? You know, if we just turn to disaster management in terms of fighting fires, you know, there they've done the exercise, I think, quite successfully, where everybody knows now if you've got a fire, you make the call so that one can move a helicopter from wherever to wherever. You know, often the helicopters based at George have had to come to Cape Town, or they go to Essequa when Essequa has got a fire. And that is taking place on, you know, and we need to get a greater deal of being in sync with our aging infrastructure, because, you know, the aging water infrastructure, that train has been coming at us now for a number of years, and, you know, it's starting to impact in at various places. And then, you know, I think there's a lot of money that's also been spent on the energy side, but the practical solutions actually need to be found a lot quicker in many ways in what gets done. And there's big money that is being spent. You know, I think at infrastructure, we'll see there's lots of consultant money that's going there. The other area is also on the shared services. Now, the shared services is a very complicated issue, but the one problem that I think the thread runs through all of the municipalities are aging accounting systems. You know, they're talking in some of these municipalities it going back 40 years, type of old systems. And they need to be replaced, and they cost a lot of money. You know, I know in George, a year or two ago, they were talking 100 million rand to replace the system. Now, you know, a place like George could probably stomach that, but it's not something that all municipalities can go and do. You know, so it's, and we're living in very financially austere times. So we've got to come with more creative ideas on how municipalities are able to move forward. And I don't know, I know my colleagues are sitting quietly here. I'm hoping you have the right words as to how do we translate this into a resolution or a request for some form of thought process that needs to take place, that the department can ideally go put it on a KPI at the end of the day.
Thanks. Yeah, I think there's a lot of very good food for thought there, but maybe some of this is a much broader discussion around things like the white paper and all of that. I mean, how we incorporate all of these concerns in. Yeah, but I think all those inputs will be captured, definitely. Yeah.
You know, possibly that is something that the department can raise, or that we can raise as a committee to the department for some form of discussion to take place in the future.
Okay. Right. We'll note that, Mr. Consigliere. Yeah. Thank you. Member Stoffel?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm in support of that one, that the department come and then we discuss for future purposes, because it's very critical what you have mentioned. So I agree with that one. Then, Chair, on the annual report, there was a reflection of fraud and corruption. And my concern is that does all 30 municipalities had fraud and corruption plans? And having that, does they report on that? Subsequent to that, that we stop always hearing corruption on the media whilst it happened in municipalities. So I think it's high time that as a committee, we request such a report so that we cannot be caught off guard of things and hear things on the media.
I think that's a very valid request. We may also need to consult with the committee on police oversight and just find out if it would need to be a joint standing committee meeting, because I think they would have certainly an interest in that. But thanks for that, it's captured. Are there any others, Member Marais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the one thing that the department that admitted to was that it's very difficult to put a succession plan in place when it comes to filling of posts such as engineers. So the one post on admission was vacant for 2 years. So we cannot continue like this. We can't allow the department not to have even a preliminary succession plan. But the minister mentioned today that they were even looking at perhaps giving a bursaries to students, and then part of that bursary condition would be to work for the department. So we must just make sure that we can get a progress report in terms of that, if that is possible.
Member Marais, I want to align myself very strongly with your comment there. I think I share that sentiment. Last year in the annual reports, we were hearing similar concerns around the vacancies. And it really just seems to be this huge struggle to find people to work. And if we look at our unemployment statistics nationwide, even though we have the lowest in the Western Cape, we still have a very high unemployment rate. And we should be providing these opportunities to people, even though it's not government's responsibility to provide jobs. These are some of the jobs that we can provide, and we should be reaching out and doing everything possible to ensure those posts are filled. So I would 100% concur with you. We do need to have a progress report, a specific progress report from the HR department in terms of how they're going about remedying this in the short, medium, and long term. Does that align with your request? Are you happy with that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And then, Chair, just the last one. I submit this to the committee if they agree, but the relocation of the disaster management center is quite a big, it's a big risk. There was a commitment given that it's going to take place next year, December. December is a period where we have fires all over the place. It's a very high risk season.
So I think they might have said September. Was it December? Okay, I thought it was September. Okay, but there we go. Okay, December. All right. Yes, Member Stoffer, you got one more?
Yes, Chair, I fully support that one. And my last one is about the traditional affairs. I think we need national department with provincial department to come and give us a kind of a presentation about this so that we can clarify this thing once and for all out. There's no way people can be recognized at a national level and then the same people at a provincial level. It's that difficulty to get the recognition. So national must explain to us on what basis does they say the same people they recognize there can't be recognized at a provincial level. So I think there is that clarity that as a committee we need.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%. We can definitely put that request in. And again, we may need to liaise with the Standing Committee on Cultural Affairs, because I know they've also been undertaking some work in this regard, just so we can secure that alignment.
Yeah.
Okay. Colleagues, with that, we don't have any minutes to ratify today, do we? Thank you very much. You are obviously more than welcome to join if you're not a part of the SCOPA committee, but obviously that meeting will be taking place later to consider the other two aspects of our annual report. And for those of you who are staying, I'll see you then. Thank you. And there's lunch now. I think maybe it's at 1.
Wenna, Noel, are you staying? I'm staying. I have to stay because that's how you learn. No, I'm also not, but you learn how the spendings and how yes, it assists a lot. I'm telling you. In Bakara, last year. En dan is dit geïrriteerd.